family. This inexplicably reminded Song Nansure of those stubborn old men who shouted, "Starving to death is a small matter, but losing one's chastity is a big matter." Or, in modern times, some divorced couples ignore their children, but as soon as the child changes their surname, they immediately jump out and claim that the child is the offspring of their father's family. The metaphor may be inappropriate, but the sense of déjà vu is very strong. In short, he panicked. So Song Nansure deliberately took Yoon Ji-fin's arm and said sincerely, "I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. Fong would rather be my gigolo than the young master of the Yoon family. Shouldn't you reflect on your own reasons?" Upon hearing the word Fong, the faces of both the Yoon family head and Gui Qing twisted in disgust. The head of the Yoon family pointed at them, his fingers trembling. You all." Song Nansure found him quite amusing and asked, puzzled, "I say, weren't you the ones who chased after Yoon Ji-fin back then? What Yoon Ji-fin does now is none of your business. If you dislike it so much, why did you do those things back then?" The Yoon family head immediately retorted angrily, "What do you know?" He glanced at Yoon Ji-fin and the other man, then at Gui Qing, seemingly realizing that today's events were unlikely to end well. Yoon Ji-fin has returned, but Gui Qing has developed ulterior motives. It would be considered kind of him not to help him or stab him in the back. He probably won't be able to leave Saizan Mountain today. As a result, some words that had been buried for many years surged up like a volcanic eruption. He roared, "Do you think I'd willingly kill the Yoon family's once-in-millennium prodigy? Do you think I'd willingly bear the infamy of future generations? What do you know? If Yoon Ji-fin doesn't go to extremes, do you think I'd willingly sacrifice my own strength?" He stared intently at Yoon Ji-fin. Song Nansure also looked over. Yoon Ji-fin stood ramrod straight, unaffected by his anger, and calmly said, "I don't think I did anything wrong." The head of the Yoon family was so angry he laughed. He said, "Yes. You are a good person. You are upright and incorruptible. You cannot tolerate any injustice. If you were not the Quincy, if you were not the young master of the Yoon family, I would praise you for your chivalry. But Yoon Ji-fin, you should not be the young master of the Yoon family. What the Yoon family needs is someone who puts the family's interests first, someone who will stop at nothing, not a good person." He looked at him, his tone complicated. "Why is it that you are the one who inherited the bloodline of the Qilin?" Yoon Ji-fin remained silent, simply watching him calmly. The Yoon family head's expression was complicated. "Yoon Ji-fin, nephew, do you know? Before the purge at Mount Saitsong, I even hesitated. I gave you a chance. I entrusted you with 2 disciples who had done wrong for the sake of the family. I thought I didn't even need you to spare them. You just needed to treat them leniently for the sake of the family, and I would have dared to step in and protect you. But then," he said quietly, "the principles in your heart, your sense of righteousness, are more important than your family." Yoon Ji-fin waited until he finished speaking, then suddenly laughed. He said, "I've said it before, I'm not wrong." "Patriarch Yoon, you..." Yoon Ji-fin interrupted him. "If in your eyes everything I do is out of place, then the fault lies not with me, but with this family." He said calmly, "I've thought about changing it, but you haven't given me the chance." The head of the Yoon family was stunned for a moment, then sneered, "Foolish." Yoon Ji-fin smiled but didn't say anything. All that he did was foolish in the eyes of the Yoon family head, who thought he was naive, but in Yoon Ji-fin's eyes, everything the Yoon family head did was self-destructive. The Yoon family's main problem is that their young master is ruthless, and Yoon Ji-fin doesn't want a family that's unscrupulous. We simply cannot work together if we have different principles. It's too late to say anything now. But the head of the Yoon family seemed to have something to say, and said sternly, yes. Many people think that my background as the head of the family is illegitimate. If your father and my brother hadn't died in battle, I wouldn't have been the head of the family at all. And even if your father had died, his posthumous son was a prodigy, and my son would still not have been the head of the family. Our family was born without the right to be the head of the family, so it seems that my killing you is just for personal gain. But Yoon Ji-fin, I ask you, I have devoted myself to nurturing you all these years. Have I ever mistreated you in the slightest? Before Yoon Ji-fin could answer, he looked at Song Nansher and said quietly, and do you think that without me, there would be this prodigy? He seemed to feel that he couldn't leave Sichuan Mountain today, so he had to get it off his chest and told a story that no one else knew. The head of the Yoon family is the second son, and he has an older brother who is Yoon Ji-fin's father. Back when Yoon Ji-fin's mother was pregnant with Yoon Ji-fin, and before Yoon Ji-fin's father succeeded as the head of the family, Yoon Ji-fin's father suddenly died in battle, and the position of family head hastily fell to the Yoon family head. As a result, Yoon Ji-fin's mother and this posthumous child found themselves in an awkward position. Unable to bear the blow of her husband's death in battle and the uncertainty of her future, Yoon Ji-fin's mother suffered a difficult childbirth and passed away after giving birth to a barely breathing infant. But this almost lifeless infant possessed a strong Qilin bloodline, making him a once-in-a-millennium Qilin child of the Yoon family. According to family rules, the heir to the family business must be the successor. So the awkward situation fell to the Yoon family head. The elders of the Yoon family seemed to think that the Yoon family head would definitely harm Yoon Ji-fin, so they took Yoon Ji-fin away directly. However, Yoon Ji-fin was almost lifeless at birth and it was clear that he would not survive. The elders had no choice but to seal him away to prolong his life. So Yoon Ji-fin remained asleep in the state of an infant. Time stood still for him, waiting for a way to save him. Year after year. At first, the elders of the Yoon family were wary of the Yoon family head, fearing that he might harm the Qilin child. But later, they also realized that Yoon Ji-fin could not be saved. They felt that Yoon Ji-fin's body seemed unable to withstand the Qilin bloodline. But they want the Qilin child. Thus, the head of the Yoon family caught their attention again. The head of the Yoon family has a grown son who is the closest to Yoon Ji-fin by blood. They took away the Qilin blood jade that accompanied Yoon Ji-fin and studied forbidden techniques, preparing to extract the Qilin bloodline and infuse it into Yoon Tan's body. While the infant may not acquire the complete Qilin bloodline, the Qilin bloodline will not dissipate with the infant's death. The two sides hit it off immediately. The Yoon family head chose to acquiesce. Just when everything was ready, Yoon Ji-fin, the infant who had been sealed for many years, woke up. Moreover, having unconsciously absorbed spiritual energy day after day within the seal, his Qilin bloodline fused exceptionally perfectly, and his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. The Yoon family's position has become awkward once again. Song Nansher was terrified when he heard this. He had never imagined there would be such a part. She glanced at Yoon Ji-fin. Yoon Ji-fin hesitated for a moment, then gently squeezed her hand. At this moment, the Yoon family head's voice was on the verge of collapse. Everything was prepared back then. Even if Yoon Ji-fin had woken up, I could have easily taken advantage of their lack of reaction and turned the situation around, but I still softened my heart. Do you think that if it weren't for my soft heart, there would be no Qilin Z now? He gritted his teeth, his expression breaking down. What did I do wrong again? I rightfully inherited the position of family head. I've worked tirelessly for the family from dawn till dusk. Do you know how annoying those elders are? Do you know how tedious family affairs are? You don't know. As he spoke, he raised his hand and swept the hair at his temples, revealing a forehead with a very high hairline hidden beneath the hair. Song Nansure was shocked. Can monks go bald? She didn't understand before. But now, she feels she understands. The head of the Yun family let his hair down and broke down. I've done so much, yet in other people's eyes I still didn't get the position rightfully, and my son is still unworthy. We've gained hope and lost it time and time again, gained it and lost it again. I've endured all of this, and I still haven't touched you, but Yun Jifeng, is this how you repay me? He was filled with resentment, and a faint black aura even emanated from his body. No! There really is black energy. Possessed by demonic possession. Song Nansure was startled and grabbed Yun Jifeng's hand, taking 2 steps back. He was still in a daze. How did he become obsessed after just a few words? Yun Jifeng calmly blocked Song Nan's path and said, "So this time, because of the young bird, you've decided not to tolerate it anymore." The Yun family had sneered, "If we kill you and then extract your Qilin bloodline, we can at least get half of the Qilin bloodline, instead of an ungrateful wretch." Yun Jifeng, you think you've devoted yourself to the family, and that I'm the one who's hindering your and the family's path. The Yun family had countered, "Isn't that so? Yun Jifeng, what if you're the one in the wrong?" The Yun family had scoffed coldly, "How could I be wrong?" Yun Jifeng's voice suddenly rose, "If you are not mistaken, who is the one who is being played around and is now isolated and helpless in the Four Treasures Mountain?" The head of the Yun family was suddenly taken aback. The black aura surrounding him suddenly became even thicker. He subconsciously looked at Gui Qing. He murmured, "Ghost Lord, it was Ghost Lord who caused this." However, before he could finish speaking, Gui Qing, who had been listening with a smile, suddenly appeared behind him and plunged a dagger into his back. The head of the Yun family suddenly opened his eyes wide and instantly stopped breathing. Song Nansure and Yun Jifeng instinctively wanted to intervene the moment he moved, but because the Yun family had shown signs of demonic possession, they were too busy protecting each other and were a step too late. The head of the Yun family collapsed softly to the ground. Yun Jifeng stared at the lifeless corpse of the Yun family head, paused, and then raised his head expressionlessly, "Ghost Minister." Gui Qing smiled and raised an eyebrow, saying, "If we wait until he falls into demonic possession, he'll be difficult to deal with. I'll strike first. Kilinzi, you wouldn't happen to have some uncle-nephew relationship with him, would you?" Yun Jifeng said coldly, "You didn't let him finish what he was saying." Gui Qing laughed upon hearing this. He asked, "Do you want to hear him finish?" He smiled and said, "I can tell you that he probably meant that his family keeps owls because I was the one who brought them to them." Song Nansure suddenly looked up. "It really is you." Gui Qing smiled and said, "What do you mean by it really was me?" He said slowly and deliberately, "I brought the young bird with me because I thought it was a rare and ancient beast that had been extinct. I gave it to them as a gift. Who knew that these people's desire for power was insatiable? Over the years, they have used the young bird to do many things that no one knows about. As a result, they have become increasingly greedy, which has led to the disaster we are in today. You can't blame me for this, can you?" A mocking smile played on his lips. "If you raise 1 or 2 today and find them useful, you'll raise 5 or 6 tomorrow, just in case. Then you learn that other families with young birds raise even more. To avoid falling behind and to protect themselves, they can only raise more, until one day they get themselves involved, until their family territories can no longer contain them. Why do you think Mount Saizong is like this? It's precisely because the place where they hide the young birds can no longer hold so many. They have to find other places to hide the young birds, and people like you, Quincy, are just obstacles in their way. Song Nansher said calmly. When you handed the young bird over to them, you knew this day would come, didn't you? Gui Qing laughed heartily. I was just giving a gift. How would I know? Song Nansher ignored him. Then what is your purpose? To send them eagles to start an arms race? To cripple them so that you can achieve your own goals? Gui Qing smiled. Miss Song has quite the imagination. Song Nansher looked at him for a long time, then suddenly said, When you first came to Zhongnou City, you probably didn't know where Senior Shi's tomb was, right? These years, the aristocratic families have been too busy with Yangniu to care about anything else, which is why you were able to find his tomb hidden inside Zen Mountain so easily, right? But who knew that even after finding it, you couldn't get in? Gui Qing's expression suddenly changed. Senior Shi. You. Song Nansher smiled and said, I saw him. Gui Qing's expression suddenly turned extremely ugly. Song Nansher remained expressionless. And I have good news for you. You will not be able to obtain the inheritance. Song Nansher did not explicitly state why he could not obtain it, but Gui Qing was not a fool. Song Nansher said she met Senior Shi, but that certainly didn't mean she met him in person. He left behind his consciousness. He specially left behind his divine consciousness to impart his knowledge and skills, so even if he kills Song Nan today, he won't get a single word from him. Gui Qing suddenly burst into laughter. Good. Very good. The next moment, a sharp whistle rang out without warning, and suddenly, birds all over the mountains took flight from the woods behind them. When Song Nansher looked at those pheasants, his first thought was that those aristocratic families would never have imagined that all their efforts in raising so many pheasants were ultimately for the benefit of others. At this moment, Yun Jifeng had already drawn his long sword and was looking at the birds with a cold face. Song Nansher even saw Jiangji and the others rushing down the slope beside him, shouting for Song Nansher to get out of the way as they ran. Song Nansher suddenly said, Yun Jifeng, I'm entrusting Gui Qing to you. The next moment, the half-formed golden core in her dantian suddenly took shape. The lightning tribulation then took shape in mid-air. The lightning tribulation was incredibly powerful. At the same time, Song Nansher stepped into the flock of eagles. Everyone's eyes widened. The lightning suddenly struck down, landing on Song Nansher and also on the Yangniu, which the lightning saw as an obstacle. Gui Qing's expression changed, and he looked at Yun Jifeng, coldly saying, Aren't you just going to watch the person you like take risks? Aren't you afraid that something might happen to her and you'll regret it? Yun Jifeng turned his head and glanced at it, but suddenly laughed. He said calmly, Ghost Lord, you probably don't know what it feels like to trust others and be trusted in return, do you? He said, I trust her, so I know she won't take any risks. She trusts me, so she won't risk herself and give me a chance to regret it. As soon as Yun Jifeng finished speaking, Song Nansher calmly said, Zhong represents thunder. The next moment, a bolt of blue lightning, completely different from the purple lightning tribulation, crashed down. The lightning seemed to be mutually reinforcing and restraining with the lightning tribulation, landing on Song Nansher one after the other, but it neutralized the power of the lightning tribulation. However, when they land on the young bird, they become ferocious, even more ferocious than the lightning tribulation. Gui Qing's expression changed drastically. She has mastered the Zhen hexagram. He closed his eyes briefly, then suddenly smiled and said, So what? Even if you could kill all the eagles here, it would be too late. He said quietly, There are still some young birds in Zhongzhou City. How many people do you think the Immortal Alliance can protect? Upon hearing this, Song Nansure immediately opened his eyes. The next moment, she threw the storage ring out of the minefield, and Brother Donkey tumbled and crawled out of the storage ring. She shouted, "Go! Pikachu!" Brother Donkey actually knew what she was talking about, and without saying a word, he ran towards Zhongliu City. Gui Qing was puzzled. What can a donkey do? Just then, Yu Jiujiu seemed to remember something, grabbed the black rabbit and tossed it aside, shouting, "Go! Rabbit!" With a smack. The rabbit was stunned when it fell on the rock. In that instant, it seemed as if the lightning tribulation itself had paused for a moment. Half of everyone's gaze fell on the rabbit, and the other half fell on Yu Jiujiu. The rabbit remained motionless, and it was unclear whether it was stunned by the fall or had died. Although the idea of a female lead in a sweet romance novel accidentally killing her own male lead is a bit far-fetched, Song Nansure just had to think about his junior sister's strength. She began to worry whether the rabbit would even survive until the sweet romance storyline began. The reborn Zhu Xiu also shares the same concerns. Yu Jiujiu, the person involved, was also stunned. Under the various gazes of the crowd, she trembled and stammered, "I just made a mistake. Should I try again?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than, perhaps sensing that his life was in danger, the rabbit suddenly kicked his hind legs, sat up in shock from his deathbed, and woke up. Then he took off running as fast as he could, as if some ferocious beast was chasing him. In a short time, he overtook the donkey in front of him. Before Song Nansure could even marvel at the male lead's tenacious will to survive in this sweet romance novel, Yu Jiujiu confidently declared, "I knew it. I know my own strength perfectly well. With that little bit of strength, how could I possibly kill the rabbit?" Song Nansure, "Forget it. I won't say anything more." She silently looked away, deciding that once she got out, she would find some potent tonics to strengthen the body of the male lead in the sweet romance novel. As expected of a male lead in a sweet romance novel, being one is indeed not easy. The scene just now not only stunned Song Nansure, but also Gui Qing. After he came back to his senses, he burst into laughter. He asked incredulously, "You're just planning to send a donkey and a rabbit to solve the urgent problem in Zhongliu City?" It wasn't that he looked down on them, but judging from the fact that the rabbit was easily stunned by a frail female cultivator, it didn't seem like a powerful spirit beast. And that donkey was just an ordinary donkey. Then, thinking he understood the truth, he sneered, "It seems you are all just hypocrites who claim to be compassionate, and now that Zhongliu City is in trouble, you're not going to care about them." Song Nansure and his group immediately looked at him as if he were a fool. He probably doesn't know that Song Nansure dared to enter this Seed Song Mountain because Brother Donkey was one of her trump cards. Just then, the Yi brothers arrived in a hurry after hearing the commotion. After catching the tail end of the story, Yi Liho instinctively asked, "What? You're not going to take care of Zhongliu City anymore? What happened to Zhongliu City?" Jiang Ji succinctly stated, "The young Neo in Zhongliu City may be about to riot." Yi Liho was shocked. "Holy crap." Jiang Ji's second line, "Third junior sister released her donkey." Yi Liho was shocked again. "Holy crap." The two phrases "wo cao," "wokou," meaning wow, profoundly demonstrate the vastness and depth of Chinese characters and the profound influence of tone on the expression of the Chinese language. Only then did Gui Qing vaguely sense that something was amiss, and immediately said, "You." But before he could finish speaking, a sword flashed before his eyes, and he barely managed to dodge it. He immediately looked at Yun Jifeng, who was holding a long sword in his hand. Yun Jifeng calmly said, "Let's finish this quickly." I need to go back and protect Song Nansha. As soon as Yoon Jifeng finished speaking, the entire battlefield seemed to come alive again. Gui Qing brought his 2 fingers together and said calmly, "Can represents water." A jet of water suddenly appeared, locking Yoon Jifeng's feet in place. Yoon Jifeng then realized that during all the years he had been a prodigy in the Yoon family, he had never heard of the invisible city lord of Zhongluo City being any kind of cultivator. Now it's obvious. Gui Qing, who is an external incarnation of the same person as Zhu Mingzi, is also a diviner. At this moment, Song Nansha's third lightning tribulation crashed down. The sound of Song Nansha followed the lightning strike. Zheng represents thunder. Blue thunderbolts and purple lightning tribulations merged in mid-air, striking Song Nansha and the young Neo that were besieging him. The eagle screamed and turned into a handful of ashes amidst the 2-colored lightning tribulation. The trigram Zheng represents thunder. When 2 Zheng trigrams are stacked on top of each other, it is considered a medium to high-grade trigram in the I Ching. It can dispel gloom and bring forth the spring energy, containing the might and anger of heaven and earth, and embodying righteousness. Therefore, although thunder is thunder, it is thunder that drives away evil and wards off misfortune. It can counteract the destructive and desolate energy in the thunder tribulation and can deter all evil things. It is very suitable for dealing with ferocious beasts like the young bird, but its power would be reduced if used to deal with cultivators who practice the Dao. But it's perfect for the current situation. There are 9 lightning tribulations for core formation, and Song Nansha's current spiritual power is roughly the same number of lightning bolts that can withstand her strike. This will be just enough to support her in successfully forming her core. Once she successfully forms her core, Song Nansha will enter the golden core stage. She is unsure whether she will become stronger and more powerful in battle as she did last time when she broke through at the last minute, or whether she will be like an ordinary cultivator who exhausts her spiritual power after forming her core and has to enter a period of weakness. Therefore, before Song Nansha successfully forms his core, he must make good use of these 9 tribulations of lightning to eliminate as many of the young birds as possible. After surviving the lightning tribulation, Song Nansha eased his pain and prepared to head towards the area with the largest flock of pheasants. However, at that moment, she suddenly heard Jiangji and the others' voices. "Junior sister." Song Nansha subconsciously turned his head. Jiangji had somehow drawn his heavy sword, which he had inherited from the sword saint, and used it to block dozens of pheasants that were heading towards her. He said, "You just stand there and don't move. Leave the rest to us. Just tell us how many eagles you have left to kill after you successfully survive the lightning tribulation." As they spoke, Song Nansha realized that Zhu Xiu and the Yi brothers had surrounded him without him noticing. Before the next lightning tribulation struck, Jiangji's heavy sword, Zhu Xiu's long sword, Yu Jiaojiao's fists, and the Yi brothers' long knives and weapons created a vacuum zone for Song Nansha, free from the attacks of the young birds. This spared Song Nansha the trouble of dealing with the young birds that kept swarming in during the intervals between lightning tribulations. She was stunned for a moment. Jiangji continued, "We'll let you in as many of the eagles you can kill as you can. The rest of the time, you should conserve your strength to prepare for the lightning tribulation." "How many can she kill?" "That's how many they'll let in." Song Nansha was momentarily confused about this strange fighting method, but seeing that the 4th lightning tribulation was about to arrive, she quickly calculated and immediately said, "Let 50 in first." As soon as the words were spoken, gaps appeared in their tightly guarded encirclement. The eagles that had been blocked did not think twice and rushed through the gaps. At the same time, Song Nansha's 4th lightning tribulation descended. They just happened to rush into Song Nansha's lightning tribulation. Song Nansha counted the corpses on the ground, There were exactly 50, no more and no less. Song Nansure first widened his eyes in surprise, then his mouth dropped open. This tactic is pretty good. Then she suddenly realized that just moments before she was racking her brains trying to figure out how to break free from the deadlock and how to make good use of her tribulation. She was caught off guard and realized that she could now unleash her full potential within the relatively safe defensive line they had built. Song Nansure was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. This group of people has been unreliable for so long that she almost forgot they were the male and female leads in their own field. She's not alone. With a group of main characters on their side, how could they not defeat a single villain? Song Nansure immediately understood. While accumulating physical strength, she calculated the intensity of the next lightning tribulation and her own ability to cope. Then she discovered that fighting like this not only did not reduce efficiency, but because she had accumulated enough power during the intervals between lightning tribulations, she could kill more young birds in one strike while keeping the line in place. She immediately became arrogant, calculating the time of the next tribulation, and shouted, "I'm going to fight 80 of them." Jiangji immediately laughed, brandished his heavy sword, and said heroically, "Let's put in 80 of them for our junior sisters." Countless birds flapped their wings and rushed in, only to be reduced to charred remains by Song Nansure's lightning tribulation. Song Nansure, brimming with pride, clenched his fist and said, "Prepare 100 for me next time." Jiangji and the others burst into laughter, and Zhu Xiu loudly announced, "Our junior sister is going to fight 100 of them." They were having a great time fighting, but Gui Qing was not. While fighting Yung Jifeng, he also kept an eye on Song Nansure's movements. Seeing that they had fallen into this dirty trick, he became extremely angry. In a moment of carelessness, he almost had his arm cut off by Yung Jifeng's sword. Gui Qing gasped, looking at Yung Jifeng with a cold expression. Yung Jifeng chuckled, "You dare to lose focus while fighting me? Looks like you're confident you can beat me." Of course, Gui Qing did not possess a complete version of Yung Jifeng. This made him even more furious. He couldn't understand how the situation could suddenly reverse when the birds all over the mountains obeyed his commands and he clearly had the advantage. Has Song Nansure gone mad? How dare he manipulate and exploit the lightning tribulation during his own tribulation? Gui Qing nearly coughed up blood. "I just want to get a legacy. This is my business with Song Nansure. What does it have to do with you? Is she, a stingy and cowardly person, worth all this help? How much has Song Nansure given you? I'll give you double, okay?" Yung Jifeng looked at him with amusement. "You dare to compare yourself to Song Nansure?" Gui Qing went berserk. "What's so good about her? What do you want from her? Is it because she's incredibly stingy? Is it because she's a poor wretch? You all better open your eyes and see clearly. She's destined to be a poor wretch. Anyone who gets close to her will have their fortune affected. Wake up!" Yung Jifeng understood, just like you, right? Ever since you met Song Nan, the city lord's fortunes seem to have been rather unfavorable. Ghost Minister. He completely broke down. He roared, "Song Nansure, I will never forgive you in this lifetime." In the dense forest, Zhu Mingzi, who was controlling the young bird, smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. Sixfold lightning tribulation, sevenfold lightning tribulation, eightfold lightning tribulation. When the ninth lightning tribulation struck, Song Nansure's golden core in his dantian was completed. At the same time, they could no longer find a single living young bird in the distance. Song Nansure stood atop a small hill made of the corpses of the young bird and slowly opened his eyes. The elixir is formed, and the process is complete. The calamity clouds in the sky dissipated, and in an instant, the sky was cloudless, bathing the ravaged battlefield in a golden light. Song Nansure looked at Gui Qing amidst the golden light. Gui Qing knelt on the ground, panting heavily. His body was covered with large and small wounds, while Yun Jifeng, who stood in front of him, was also injured, but his injuries were insignificant compared to Gui Qing's. The outcome is already decided. Song Nansure jumped off the corpse of the young bird and said calmly, "Ghost Lord, you have lost." Gui Qing coldly replied, "You've got quite the nerve. The eagle fears the calamity of thunder. Or rather, almost all ferocious beasts and evil creatures fear these lightning tribulations that carry both the aura of annihilation and the aura of the heavenly Tao. The tribulation of lightning destroys karma and cause. The more karma one carries, the more vulnerable one becomes under the tribulation of lightning. These young birds, which grew up eating raw meat and did countless shameful things for powerful families, are burdened with countless karmic entanglements. Before Gui Qing brought them to Mount Saisong, he never imagined that someone would use the lightning tribulation to wipe out his young birds in one fell swoop. But that's exactly what Song Nansure did. Not only was she undergoing her tribulation, but she also audaciously used the lightning tribulation to deal with the young bird during her tribulation. Gui Qing never imagined he would be defeated in this way. Isn't she afraid of failing her tribulation? Song Nansure was not afraid. Not only was Song Nansure unafraid, she picked up the horoscope and said to Gui Qing with a smile, "Although my thunderclap doesn't have the power of a thunder tribulation, it can still ward off evil. Would you like to give it a try, Lord City Lord?" A blue lightning bolt flashed in her hand. Gui Qing took a deep breath and suddenly said, "Hurry up and come out." Everyone immediately became alert. Song Nansure's expression shifted. The next moment, footsteps could be heard coming from the dense forest. A voice appeared along with a figure. The newcomer said casually, "Ghost Lord, what did I tell you? You didn't listen to me, and you will pay the price for your arrogance." The man raised his head, revealing a face that everyone in the Boundless sect was very familiar with. Zhu Xiu blurted out, "Pillow." The gloating smile on Zhu Mingzi's lips froze instantly. This time it was Gui Qing's turn to laugh out loud. He chuckled and said, "Pillow. You spoke so confidently, but in their hearts you're just a pillow, ha ha ha." Even now, these two still haven't forgotten to stab each other in the back. Cassius Seed, enraged and humiliated, retorted, "What do you think you are in their eyes?" Gui Qing sneered, "I can't be a pill like you." Zhu Mingzi sneered, "That might not even be a person." As they spoke, both of them looked at Song Nansure. "Song Nansure," she said tactfully, "we usually call the City Lord Brother Herbs." Gui Qing immediately burst into laughter. "I'm the medicinal herb. You're the pillow. You've lost." Zhu Mingzi's face immediately turned very ugly, as if she had truly been insulted by those words. "Song Nansure, you're fighting amongst yourselves at a life or death moment. Are you all okay?" Song Nansure felt that these two couldn't possibly be that stupid, so he became wary. Sure enough, the next moment, Zhu Mingzi suddenly launched an attack, directly targeting Song Nansure. The others instinctively tried to stop him, but he suddenly spun around halfway through the attack, taking advantage of the fact that everyone else's attention was on Song Nansure, and grabbed Gui Qing, pulling him back several feet away. Song Nansure looked him up and down and chuckled, as expected of the same person's external incarnation, "You are indeed perfectly in sync." To everyone's surprise, as soon as those words were spoken, the two of them immediately looked disgusted, their expressions quite genuine. Song Nansure, a man's heart is truly unfathomable. Zhu Mingzi's expression was not good, and her tone was cold. She said indifferently, Guiqing cannot die at your hands. Song Nansha, we'll meet again another day. As he spoke, he picked up Guiqing again. Everyone knew he was trying to escape and immediately tried to stop him. However, Zhu Mingzi only said, "Let's go." The next moment, just like the scene in the White Wutong Secret Realm was repeated, the two people's figures gradually faded away in front of them. Song Nansha knew he couldn't stop them, so he just stared at them intently. Then she saw that before Guiqing disappeared, he suddenly glanced at Song Nansha's side, and seemed to be making some kind of hand seal in his hand. Ha! What is he doing? Beside her. The next moment, Song Nansha suddenly heard a muffled groan, followed by Yi Lilo's voice, "Brother." Song Nansha suddenly turned his head and saw Yi Qingzhou clutching his chest, his brows furrowed tightly. Song Nansha's heart immediately jumped. Yi Qingzhou. Yi Qingzhou took a deep breath and straightened up. "It's nothing. I just suddenly felt a tightness in my chest, probably from overusing my spiritual energy." He spoke casually, but Song Nansha felt something was off. In the past, Yi Qingzhou often coughed up blood. Whether he was really coughing up blood or not, he would try to show off his strength in front of others whenever he was even slightly weak. "You're frowning so deeply right now and you say you're fine." Song Nansha suspected that the ghost minister had done something to him. She confirmed, "Don't push yourself if you're not feeling well. Are you really okay?" Yi Qingzhou's brows relaxed at this moment, and he shook his head and said, "It's nothing, just a sudden tightness in my chest. My health has never been good." Is she really overthinking it? Song Nansha was skeptical. At this moment, Yi Qingzhou said, "Let's go back to Zhongzhou first. We don't know what the situation is like in Zhongzhou City right now." The group immediately realized what was happening and turned back to Zhongzhou City. On the way back, Song Nansha thought about all the possibilities, both the good and the bad. She wondered what would happen if Brother Donkey stopped the young bird, and what would happen if Brother Donkey couldn't stop it. But when she saw the city gate and walls riddled with holes, her heart sank. There was no one on the city wall, and the situation inside the city gate was also unknown. Song Nansha immediately shouted, "Brother Donkey! Brother Donkey!" Then, a pure white deer with 4 antlers came running out of the city gate and ran straight into her arms. Song Nansha was knocked back several steps by the deer antlers. Looking up, she saw a pair of doe-like eyes staring at her pitifully. In those beautiful deer-like eyes, there gleamed a kind of wise light that Song Nansha was familiar with. "Song Nansha. Who are you, bro?" Song Nansha looked at the deer. The deer was also looking at her. The moment their eyes met, Song Nansha seemed to see a familiar, unruly, and silly soul in those truly deer-like eyes. After a 2-second pause, Song Nansha finally recovered from the shock. His eyes widened abruptly, and he blurted out, "You wouldn't happen to be that person." The white deer became so excited that it jumped around on all 4 hooves, instantly destroying the sacred aura brought by the goalkeeper's beautiful appearance. It nodded wildly and made ethereal and melodious yo-yo sounds. "Yes, yes, yes. I am that person." Song Nansha. Her first reaction was that she finally understood what yo-yo meant in the deer's cry of yo-yo. But from that yowling sound, Song Nansha could discern a wild and untamed tune unique to donkeys. "I know her so well that her DNA is moving." She paused for a moment, then cautiously confirmed, "Are you really that person? Let's exchange a secret code first." Bai Lu was afraid that his long-term meal ticket would no longer be needed, and for a moment, the door became tense. Then Song Nansha tentatively asked, "Imperial Jade Liquor?" Bai Lu became excited in an instant, and spat out a bunch of spirit stones. Song Nansure estimated that there were about 180 stones. It's confirmed! Song Nansure rushed forward instantly, not forgetting to slip the 180 spirit stones into his pocket as he did so, and then excitedly exclaimed, "Brother Donkey!" Brother Donkey was also very excited, so excited that he didn't realize anything was wrong. He jumped and danced with Song Nansure, and the two of them looked like idiots. After jumping around for a while, Song Nansure finally came to his senses from the shock of "I sent Brother Donkey to fight, but he secretly got plastic surgery behind my back" and realized a serious problem. She scrutinized the donkey's current appearance, then suddenly said, "Actually, I had long suspected that you weren't an ordinary donkey, but I still didn't expect that your true species would actually be." Brother Donkey looked at her expectantly. Looking at its four antlers, Song Nansure said in one breath, "It's a deformed deer." Brother Donkey. Everyone. What kind of deformed deer is this? Jiangji whispered to Yung Jifeng, "I don't think Brother Donkey is some kind of deformed deer. He looks a bit like, well, you know." He didn't say what that thing was, but Yung Jifeng already understood. He calmly nodded and said, "You're not mistaken, he is that thing." Yi Liho was completely bewildered by that thing and whispered, "What is that thing? Isn't this just a deer? Good heavens, it has four antlers, it's a deformed deer." Yi Liho raised the question of being a poor student. Yi Qingzhou slapped him, "Don't embarrass yourself if you don't understand." Meanwhile, Song Nansure was still making shameful comments about the deformed deer. She analyzed in a serious tone, "I know that some spirit beasts become very powerful after undergoing mutations, but their appearance is also prone to change. But it doesn't matter. You are my donkey in life and in death. Even if you become a deformed deer, I will still take care of you." Brother Donkey. For a moment, Brother Donkey was unsure whether he should be moved or not. Just then, Zhu Xiu whispered, "Junior sister, is it possible that this deformed deer's name is—" Before Zhu Xiu could finish speaking, dozens of young birds suddenly rushed out from inside the city wall and pounced directly at Brother Donkey. Song Nansure's expression sharpened, and he lightly tapped the natal chart with his fingertips. Before he could utter the words "Zhong for thunder," the white deer suddenly turned around, its four antlers emitting a soft white light. Its white hooves lightly trod the ground, and the next moment, several columns of water rose into the air, enveloping the birds. The clear and clean water seemed harmless. However, the next moment, the clear water column suddenly tightened, and the birds turned into clouds of blood mist within the water column. The blood mist stained the water column, and then the blood-red water column silently dissipated and merged back into the ground. Everything happened so fast it was as if nothing had happened. Song Nansure's voice suddenly stopped. "Lying down. Groove." Zhu Xiu was so shocked that she was almost speechless. After a long while, she finally opened her mouth and said what she had not yet finished speaking. She said, "His name is Fuyu." Song Nansure was silent for a moment, then turned his head. "Fuyu." Yung Jifeng took a deep breath, came to his senses, and calmly said, "He looks like a white deer with four horns. If he doesn't resemble the legendary Fuyu, then he should be Fuyu." Song Nansure immediately said, "Explain in detail." When she didn't recognize the young bird last time, Yung Jifeng knew she was probably not very familiar with those ancient mythical beasts and ferocious creatures, so he immediately explained, "The Fuyu resembles a white deer with four horns. It is an ancient beast that wards off water, and it is gentle and pure in nature." At this point, he suddenly stopped, looked at the white deer in front of him, and then thought of his greedy and cowardly brother Donkey. A deep suspicion appeared on his face. Gentle and pure in nature. This description is not exactly the same as Brother Donkey's. It is completely unrelated. After a moment of silence, Yoon Ji-fan suddenly said, I think we should discuss the possibility of the deformed deer that Song Nansher mentioned. What he thought of, others thought of as well. Immediately, everyone agreed. Upon hearing this, Brother Donkey was immediately enraged, feeling that his dignity had been challenged. Just then, another fish escaped through the city gate, chased by a group of Immortal Alliance disciples who shouted as they ran, Stop it! Brother Donkey immediately demonstrated what a beast of the water was. A wall of water instantly blocked the bird's path. As the bird crashed into the water wall, it instantly transformed into chains, strangling the bird in a flash. As Song Nansher watched, although she still didn't know what the Fushu was, she realized what the Jiao Shui beast meant. The disciples of the Immortal Alliance breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Although they were still excited, they were overjoyed. They exclaimed excitedly, Lord Fushu, so you've been here all along. Return to the great man. However, Song Nansher could no longer care about this ridiculous name. In just a short while, 2 waves of young birds rushed out, and they immediately realized that the situation in the city might still be not good. She immediately asked, What is the situation in the city? These Immortal Alliance disciples didn't recognize them, but perhaps because Song Nansher's question was too assertive, or perhaps because they were with Fushu. One disciple subconsciously said, We're still managing to keep them under control. The elders had already sensed something was wrong with those aristocratic families. We started keeping an eye on them the moment they left the city gates, and we noticed the young birds riot as soon as they started. The elders used an array to contain half of them within the aristocratic family's territory, but the other half. Before he could finish speaking, Song Nansher immediately turned his head and said, Let's go into the city. As she spoke, she flipped over and sat on the donkey's back. Brother Donkey hadn't realized anything was wrong and instinctively carried Song Nansher away, leaving the Immortal Alliance disciples dumbfounded. However, after taking 2 steps, Brother Donkey realized something was wrong. He's no longer a donkey. He's the ancient mythical beast Fushu. He immediately wanted to get rid of Song Nansher. Then Song Nansher said, Your 180 spirit stones are still in my hands. Brother Donkey. The divine beast Fushu reluctantly carried the person inside. Upon entering the city, Song Nansher found the streets deserted, with all doors and windows tightly shut. Although there were signs of fighting, the overall situation was much better than Song Nansher had imagined. But she still knew that she couldn't be careless now. The most terrifying ability of the eagle is not how fierce it is, but that it can transform into someone else within a doorway for a short period of time. This skill has limitations in the 4 Treasures Mountain area, but once you fall into a crowded city, how many of those people hiding in the street corner, those with their doors tightly shut, are actually human, and how many are just birds? The city was eerily quiet, but Song Nansher felt that this silence was even more chilling than the earth-shattering battle on Mount Saitsong. At this moment, the group of Immortal Alliance disciples also caught up. Seemingly realizing they were allies of Fushu, they immediately said, Everyone, there's no need to worry too much. This Lord Fushu and that rabbit brother arrived just in time. That rabbit brother seems to have a special ability. He can spot the young birds in a crowd at a glance. Once he recognizes them, he drives them to Lord Fushu to deal with. To my shame, I initially thought Lord Fushu was just an ordinary donkey. Who knew that rabbit brother could drive over 30 young birds to Lord Fushu on the very first try? Then Brother Donkey performed a super evolution on the spot, transforming into the Fushu beast. Song Nansher. She said that Brother Donkey had been following him for half a day without making a sound, but how come he suddenly underwent a super evolution after going out with that demon prince? If he were to face over 30 eagles at once, he wouldn't survive without undergoing a super evolution, would he? Also, Brother Rabbit, are you talking about that black rabbit? Goodness, he must have figured something out, right? That's really shady. He truly lives up to his reputation as a ruthless yet sweet romance novel male lead. As she was thinking this, she saw a huge black rabbit leading a group of people out from another street. As they ran, the people gradually turned into enormous eagles. The Immortal Alliance disciple immediately exclaimed, "Brother Rabbit has found the young bird again." They rushed forward to attack, but Song Nansure was faster than them. Song Nansure jumped off the donkey's back and raised his hand, saying, "Jump is thunder." At the same time, several splashes of water blocked the bird's path. The blue thunderbolt struck the water, and for a moment, lightning flashed. The birds had almost no chance to resist and were instantly reduced to ashes. With the young bird no longer blocking their way, the demon prince, who was finally beginning to show his strength, looked at them. Then Yu Jiujiu waved happily at him, "Bunny." The ruthless demon prince stumbled. Song Nansure. She began to worry again about the evolution of female protagonists in sweet romance novels. But forget it, even if her junior sister gets red-eyed, puts her hands on her hips, presses against the wall, and kisses the demon prince, it'll still be a sweet romance novel, right? One shouldn't demand too much from others. After that, the group dispersed and began to efficiently search for the hidden flock of young birds in Zhongzhou City. Song Nansure and his group acted much faster than the Immortal Alliance. Because each of these main characters is a master of their own skill, the most skilled of whom is Brother Donkey from back then, Nao Fuzhu. His skill in dealing with the eagle ones made Song Nansure think that this was some kind of Mary Sue tale where an ugly duckling suddenly transforms into a swan. Yung Jifeng analyzed, before the young bird became extinct, there were rumors that its appearance would cause a great drought. It was a ferocious beast that could turn the land barren for thousands of miles. The young birds that Gui Qing found did not have this ability, probably because their bloodline was not pure. However, Brother Donkey can really control water. It is a true water signature beast. With drought and water, it is no exaggeration to say that Brother Donkey is the natural enemy of the young bird. Song Nansure understood. No wonder the young bird was afraid of Brother Donkey's call before he evolved. Yung Jifeng asked in confusion, "What super evolution?" Song Nansure, "It's nothing." The group then continued their search for the pheasant throughout the city. Then Song Nansure discovered that as they captured more and more young birds, more and more people in Zhongzhou City dared to come out. Some people finally dared to leave their homes to collect the bodies of their deceased relatives. Without saying a word, some people rushed out of the door and knelt down to them, calling Brother Donkey Divine Beast Lord and Song Nansure and the others Immortal Lord. Some people watched as the pheasant was chopped into ashes, and they were so filled with rage that they wanted to go up and eat the ashes raw. Some people just cry and laugh. Song Nansure and the others watched and watched. At first, they would try to pull them back and stop them, but in the end, no one could say a word. Everyone remained silent, leading a massive, dark mass of people as they searched the entire city. At first, they were afraid of accidentally hurting someone, so they advised them to leave. But no one was willing to leave. They spotted the eagle, and these people watched from a distance. After they killed the eagle, these people were so eager to go up and scrape its flesh and bones. The disciples of the Immortal Alliance, sweating profusely, wanted to persuade them further, but Song Nansure said, "Let them be." She even told the people who followed her, "You know the people around you better than I do. If you feel that the people around you are not right, don't hesitate to tell me." As she said this, she actually managed to spot two well-hidden eagles in the crowd. Finally, they searched from noon until nightfall, when they met the team led by the Immortal Alliance elder. The elders of the Immortal Alliance were taken aback when they saw the vast crowd behind them, and then bowed to them from afar. He said, "Thank you all for your help." Song Nansher and the others immediately returned the greeting. The elder looked at the mortals with red eyes and sighed. Most of those who followed were people who had lost relatives or friends. No matter how much they guarded against it, they couldn't stop the escaped eagles from easily harming these mortals. He said, "The birds in the city should have been cleared out. Could you please ask Miss Song to disperse them?" Song Nansher looked behind him and asked, "Elder, is the half of the young bird that you kept still alive?" The elder paused for a moment, then smiled bitterly, "Still alive." Song Nansher then turned around and said, "Then I will use the lives of these young birds as a sacrifice for the dead. Would you all like to take a look?" "Willing." "Good. Please, sir, grant me justice." The cheers behind her were deafening. A man standing next to the Immortal Alliance elder hesitated. "This." The elders of the Immortal Alliance stopped him, saying, "Let them go." Song Nansher led a group of mortals to the place where the Immortal Alliance had trapped half of the young bird using an array. Behind them, the Immortal Alliance elder, seeing Yung Jifeng lagging behind by a few steps, finally couldn't help but step forward and say, "Miss Song, do you not believe in our methods for dealing with those young birds?" Yung Jifeng stopped in his tracks, looked at him, and said seriously, "It's not that I don't believe you, but I don't want other cities tomorrow to become like Zhongzhou City today. So, not a single young bird here can live." The elder of the Immortal Alliance smiled wryly. Would I be the kind of person who profits from this? But he knew that one could never be too careful in such matters, so he shook his head and said no more. He quickly followed. When he arrived at the array he had set up, he witnessed a scene that was shocking even with his current experience. Song Nansher rode the Fuzhou and flew into the air. Amidst the cries of the young bird and the almost bloodshot roars of mortals, he said calmly, "Zheng is thunder." At the same time, a soft white light emanated from the four corners of Fuzhou, and a torrential downpour began. Amidst thunder and rain, I landed among a flock of jays. In an instant, the door was filled with hissing sounds. When the elders of the Immortal Alliance approached, they saw that countless birds had vanished without a trace in the thunderstorm. Clean and tidy. There was not a single living creature. The Immortal Alliance elder stood there, stunned, for a long time. When he came to his senses, the mortals around him were already cheering, as if they were celebrating some kind of lively festival. But as they laughed, some of them started to cry. At that moment, Song Nansher quietly led everyone away. The elders of the Immortal Alliance seemed to wake from a dream and hurriedly followed. Song Nansher noticed someone following him, stopped, and asked in confusion, "Elder?" The Immortal Alliance elder paused for a moment and said, "Tomorrow, the Immortal Alliance plans to thoroughly purge several aristocratic families, and we would like to invite you all to attend." Song Nansher replied nonchalantly, "That's fine too." Her agreement was so readily accepted that the Immortal Alliance elder was momentarily speechless. He wanted to say a few more words to them, but after a pause, he looked at Brother Donkey and sighed, "I never imagined that Fuzhou would still be alive in this world." Song Nansher thought to himself, "I didn't expect that either. Who would have thought that their donkey would turn into an ancient mythical beast?" She had heard of some powerful spirit beasts that could disguise themselves as other animals when they were still weak, but for a Fuzu to disguise himself as a donkey. Forget it. Next time Brother Donkey asks her to carry him, it'll look better if she carries a deer than a donkey. Lost in thought, she came to her senses when she heard the elder ask what's his name. Song Nansure subconsciously said, "Call me Brother Donkey." Elder. Others. Yoon Ji-fan covered his forehead. Song Nansure said a humble name makes a child easier to raise. Elder, Miss Song is absolutely right. Only Zhu Xiu stood to the side, seemingly lost in thought. If having a lowly name makes it easier to raise a child, then this demon prince. Can I change my name to Little Rabbit? Her gaze fell upon the battered and bruised Qi Xuan. On the way back, Zhu Xiu seriously discussed with her junior sister the small matter of changing the name of the male lead in their future sweet romance novel. At first, the junior sister felt it was inappropriate, but after Zhu Xiu's theory that a humble name makes a child easier to raise came out, she hesitated. Seeing his junior sister's hesitation, Song Nansure felt a sense of relief for a moment. So it turns out that even junior sister knows that nothing is easy to raise in her hands. While the junior sister hesitated, the black rabbit kept tugging at her arm. Junior sister, stop fooling around. She casually pulled the rabbit's two paws down and held it tightly in her arms. Song Nansure swore that at that moment, she heard a crisp click sound. Song Nansure. To be able to cause problems with the ancient mythical beast Hutu, it's a waste of talent for junior sister to learn swordsmanship. The junior sister sought the opinion of Song Nansure, a professional, third senior sister. Is it really easier to raise a child with a humble name? In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to him. Song Nansure even saw a hint of pleading and expectation in Qi Shuang's bright red rabbit eyes. For a moment, Song Nan felt a pang of reluctance. Then she said, theoretically speaking, people with weak birth charts are easily attacked by evil spirits, have weak physiques, and are prone to early death. Naturally, they cannot bear a name that is too precious. A name that is too heavy for one's birth chart can actually hinder one's lifespan. Therefore, the saying that a humble name is easier to raise is not entirely unfounded. Some couples are afraid that their children will not live long, so they will not give them a proper name until they reach adulthood and their life fire is strong. The key point during the Southern Song dynasty was lightness of the age characters. But she felt that the demon prince, the male lead of a sweet romance novel, couldn't possibly have a very bad fate, right? Looking at his junior sister, who was increasingly resembling a muscle Barbie, and the demon prince who seemed utterly hopeless, Song Nansure suddenly felt uncertain. To survive being tormented by his junior sister, he must have an incredibly tough fate. So the essential requirement for the male lead in a sweet romance novel is not that he must be handsome, but that he must be tough. If you're not tough enough, you won't even live to see the start of the story. Song Nansure suddenly fell silent, looking at his thoughtful junior sister, and sincerely suggested, so I think second senior sister's suggestion is good. The junior sister seemed to understand something. That makes sense. Then she looked down and realized that the rabbit in her arms was gone, and she was stunned. Where's the rabbit? She immediately began searching around. Then I saw a rabbit standing by the well, looking utterly hopeless, its face showing a complete lack of interest in life. Even Yoon Ji-fan was shocked. This rabbit can commit suicide. Old man Lu suddenly appeared. Who's trying to commit suicide? Let me see. Let me see. During the Southern Song dynasty, the romance between the male and female leads hasn't even begun, and it's already starting to escalate to the point of causing death. Song Nansure felt that this was no longer something she could get involved in, so she casually pulled Yoon Jifeng away. Yoon Jifeng was stunned. He looked at his wrist and didn't move for a moment. Song Nansure lowered his voice. Let's go. What are you standing there for? Yoon Jifeng, He remained outwardly calm, only feeling that his arm had never been so stiff before, but even so, he couldn't suppress the joy in his heart. Seeing this, Jiangji and Yi Liho instinctively tried to follow, but one was pulled back by Yu Xiu and the other by his own brother. Yu Xiu even knew how to make excuses, saying, "Let's wait for junior sister first." Then he stared intently at Song Nanshure's hand. She took his hand. "They're real." She cried herself to death. Old man Lu whispered to Jiangji, "Your junior sister definitely wasn't thinking anything serious. Of course, your other junior sister wasn't doing anything serious either." Pulling and tugging in broad daylight, what kind of behavior is this? Yi Liho, who was also pulled back, didn't think too much about it. "Brother, what's wrong?" Yi Qingzhou said expressionlessly, "It's nothing. I was just worried you'd get beaten to death." Yi Liho scratched his head. "Huh? Are they going to hit me? Why? We just went through thick and thin together. Aren't we all brothers? Why would we fight?" Yi Qingzhou was almost driven mad by his younger brother's stupidity. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly paused, unconsciously frowned, and raised his hand to his chest. Yi Liho asked in confusion, "Brother?" Seeing this, Yu Xiu couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yi, what's wrong?" Yi Qingzhou released his grip and said naturally, "It's nothing. He probably just made me angry." Yi Liho scratched his head and smiled somewhat embarrassedly. Yu Xiu couldn't help but frown. She felt that something was wrong. Old man Lu watched coldly from the side, then suddenly said out of the blue, "This man surnamed Yi has a lot of dark energy about him." Jiangji was startled. Black energy? He wanted to ask for clarification, but saw old man Lu turn around and disappear back into the jade pendant, saying indifferently, "In short, go back and find your junior sister. She knows what to do." Jiangji couldn't help but frown. Song Nansure walked several dozen meters before realizing that the others had not followed. She couldn't help but wonder, are rabbits jumping into a well really that beautiful? Why don't they all want to come over? Yoon Jifeng remained calm and said, "Perhaps everyone is just too tired today, and they prefer to watch the excitement." Song Nansure raised his hand. "Oh, then." Then she realized that she was still holding Yoon Jifeng's hand. She was stunned. She looked at Yoon Jifeng, and Yoon Jifeng was looking at her too. She suddenly realized that Yoon Jifeng's eyes were very beautiful under the moonlight. It is as deep as a still, cold spring. Her heart suddenly quickened, pounding against her chest in the quiet night. Song Nansure took a deep breath, subtly released his hand, deliberately looked away to glance behind them, and said, "Should we wait for them?" Yoon Jifeng readily withdrew his hand, staring at her intently without replying. Suddenly, rain began to fall from the sky. Yoon Jifeng looked up and said softly, "It's raining, Song Nansure." Song Nansure snapped out of his daze and coughed. She heard her companions behind her scream and rushed towards her. Song Nansure turned her head to take a look, but Yoon Jifeng suddenly grabbed her wrist and said, "Go home quickly." This time, it was his turn to pull her along. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. Yoon Jifeng cast a rain avoidance spell on her, but he seemed to have forgotten about himself. By the time he dragged Song Nansure back to the Yi residence, he was almost completely soaked, his clothes clinging tightly to his body. So when Song Nansure turned around, he was met with a pair of full and well-defined pectoral muscles. "Song Nansure, if you don't watch this, you're practically inhuman." She admired it silently for a moment, then said righteously, "Didn't you even cast a rain avoidance spell on yourself?" Yoon Ji-fang remained calm and said, "I don't need this." Song Nansure felt that he didn't need it, but she did. This is simply a violation of male virtues. She urged him to change his clothes. The clouds cease their movement, the wind ceases its movement, and good deeds flow freely. Song Nansure stood there, watching Yoon Ji-fang's back. At that moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could Yoon Ji-fang be doing this on purpose? This. Surely not. He's been the young master of the Yoon family for so many years. He wouldn't do something like selling his looks to seduce someone, right? What is it about her that makes him go to such lengths to seduce her? Song Nansure returned to his room with a complicated expression, still wondering if Yoon Ji-fang had done it on purpose. Standing by the window, she could see the intermittent light coming from Yoon Ji-fang's window across the street. Song Nansure remained silent for a long time, then suddenly sighed. She doesn't claim to understand others, but she understands herself very well. She knew that no matter how arrogant she spoke or how bold her thoughts were, if someone she knew were to come up to her and say that they loved her so much that they couldn't live without her first reaction would be to run away as far as possible. Because she doesn't believe she deserves to be loved like that. She doesn't even believe anyone can love her, so how can she love others? She feels pressured when she is loved, but loving others is difficult for her. So whether in her past life or this life, she has never been a person suited to building intimate relationships. Cold and suspicious, it would be exhausting to be friends with her if she hadn't met such an unconventional group of protagonists. But Yoon Ji-fang. She's not blind. How could she not see that Yoon Ji-fang treated her differently? She's not stupid, so how could she not realize her own faults? What if the person who suddenly told her that she couldn't live without him was Yoon Ji-fang? Would she still avoid him like the plague? Song Nansure suddenly became uncertain. Song Nansure didn't know how long he had been standing by the window until there was a sudden knock on his door. She snapped out of her daze, and before she could even open the door, her senior brother's puzzled face suddenly appeared at the window. He asked, bewildered, "Junior sister, you're in your room. Why didn't anyone answer the door after I knocked for so long?" Song Nansure, probably because I'm suffering from the pain of love. Jiangji, huh? What kind of suffering? Song Nansure, you don't understand. Jiangji didn't care what kind of hardship she wanted to endure. As soon as he saw her, he went straight to the point and said, "Junior sister, Yi Qinshou is acting strangely." Song Nansure immediately looked over, his expression serious. "What's wrong?" Jiangji was also very serious. His forehead is dark. Song Nansure, senior brother, you also understand physiognomy. At this moment, Old Man Lu stepped forward and shouted, "He doesn't understand. I know a little bit." Song Nansure. She didn't really want to reveal that she could see Old Man Lu, even though everyone knew it. She didn't ask any more questions, only saying, "Leave this matter to me, senior brother. You should go back first." After Jiangji left, she grabbed an umbrella and knocked on Yi Qinshou's door. Yi Qinshou was surprised when he opened the door and saw her. "You." Without saying a word, Song Nansure opened his third eye right in front of him. Beneath the heavenly eye, black mist swirled between the brows of the young man before him. But this black aura doesn't seem like ordinary evil black aura. Rather, it seems like a curse. Song Nansure immediately said, "You are cursed. Do you know that yourself?" Yi Qinshou smiled wryly. "I knew you would come." She said sternly, "Yi Qinshou, if I don't come, are you not going to say anything?" Yi Qingzhou shook his head and said, "It's not that serious. I have a curse on me anyway. When has the curse of our Yi family ever ended?" He was referring to the curse within the Yi family's martial arts techniques. Song Nanshu frowned. "This is different again." Yi Qingzhou interrupted, saying, "Actually, there's no difference." Song Nanshu suddenly opened his eyes wide and lowered his voice, saying, "You mean?" Yi Qingzhou nodded. "I feel that the curse that almost disappeared from our Yi family's cultivation techniques in our generation seems to have returned." Song Nanshu opened his mouth. She remembered the hand gesture Gui Qing made when he left. She was puzzled. How could this be? How could Gui Qing trigger the curse of your Yi family? Seeing her puzzled expression, Yi Qingzhou smiled instead. He said, "Don't worry, the curse of the Yi family has existed for so long. I know my own body. Even if he triggers the curse, I won't die immediately." He paused, then added, "Liz Ho and I have already discussed it. Neither of us brothers plans to get married in this lifetime. Regardless of whether the curse continues or not, let it be severed from our lives." Song Nanshu lowered his voice and roared, "So you're not going to take your life?" Yi Qingzhou remained calm. "Yes, of course I want to. I'm not prepared to die now that I'm alive." He looked at Song Nanshu and said, "So I'm also very puzzled. How could he, Gu Qing, have touched the curse of my Yi family?" Song Nanshu's heart skipped a beat, and he calmed down. "You've made some progress." Yi Qingzhou nodded. "I have some guesses, but they are not clear yet and need to be verified." Song Nanshu laughed. "Coincidentally, I also have some guesses about what happened in Zhongzhou City." The two exchanged a glance. Song Nanshu immediately said, "Go find what you need to verify. Tomorrow, we'll call our senior brother and the others to summarize and review what happened in Zhongzhou City." He paused, then said solemnly, "Don't worry, as long as you survive, I will find a way to remove the curse from your body." Yi Qingzhou was taken aback. Then he laughed and said, "Then I'll rely on." Song Nanshu interrupted him, "I'm serious." Yi Qingzhou was truly stunned this time. Song Nanshu then laughed. "Yi Qingzhou, live well." She turned to leave, but at that moment, her still open third eye suddenly saw something move within the black aura between Yi Qingzhou's eyebrows. In an instant, Song Nanshu turned around, placed one hand on Yi Qingzhou's shoulder, and with the other hand, he pressed two fingers together and pressed them against Yi Qingzhou's brow with lightning speed, pulling out a black shadow from the black mist before anyone could react. The shadowy figure twisted between her palms. Song Nanshu narrowed his eyes. Yi Qingzhou then came to his senses and frowned. "What is this?" Song Nanshu sneered, "Shadow ghost." Yi Qingzhou frowned. "Did it trigger my curse? But I don't feel like my curse has disappeared." Song Nanshu clenched his fingers, letting it scream and dissipate in his palm. She sneered, "I don't know if it triggered your curse, but I do know that it must have come to drain your life force and fortune. The shadow ghost that indirectly caused second senior sister's rebirth is still a turtle in her storage ring, and now a second one has appeared. Ghost lords, what exactly are you trying to do?" However, the next day, Song Nanshu and his group were summoned by the elders of the Immortal Alliance. They've been summoned to deal with those aristocratic family members who are not only evading taxes but are now also suspected of illegally raising ferocious beasts. A large group of elite families who went to Mount Saizong have not yet returned, and it is unknown whether they are dead or alive. The leader of the Immortal Alliance has already sent people to look for them, and now the goal is to determine their guilt before finding them. The Immortal Alliance elder didn't say it so bluntly. He only said, "I reported the matter of Zhongzhou City to the Immortal Alliance yesterday. This matter is of great importance. The Immortal Alliance is prepared to deal with it together with several major sects and families. Before they come, we need to list out their crimes. Song Nansha understood. This is the time for wrangling. To prevent those with ulterior motives from causing trouble during the wrangling, they have to strike first. Calling them here is useless. No matter how important they are still small fry with limited influence in the cultivation world. They're mainly looking for. The clouds seized their wind. The elder of the Immortal Alliance indeed said so. Yun Jifeng looked up. The elder of the Immortal Alliance said gently, the Yun family's crimes are irrefutable, but there are still some innocent people who are unaware of the truth. You are the Yun family's prodigy. After the Yun family head and all the ringleaders are brought to justice, do you want to take over the Yun family? Yun Jifeng replied without hesitation, no need. The Immortal Alliance elder hadn't expected him to refuse so decisively, and hesitated for a moment. Aren't you going to reconsider? Upon hearing this, Song Nansha and the others took the initiative to avoid suspicion, saying, let's go out first. You can continue your conversation. Then only Yun Jifeng and the Immortal Alliance elder remained. Yun Jifeng watched Song Nansha's departing figure and pursed his lips. Meanwhile, the people who had run out had nothing to do, so they wandered around aimlessly and soon dispersed. Zhongzhou City, which was almost like a living hell yesterday, seems to have regained its vitality today. Song Nansha knew, however, that this did not mean that everyone had forgotten what happened yesterday and the people who died. But life must go on. She saw that many people had hung up white cloths, and people on the street, wearing white cloths in twos and threes, were still going out to work and make a living. This is how most people in this world are. No matter who lives, they are nothing more than a speck of dust in this vast world. Song Nansha hadn't eaten breakfast, so he sat down at a steamed bun shop that had been covered with a white cloth. The little girl steaming buns was flustered and clumsy, unable to keep up with both the buns and the soy milk. A person next to Song Nansha, growing impatient, said in a rather unfriendly tone, "Is this how your family does business?" The young girl smiled apologetically. I'm so sorry. I haven't been a good host." Someone nearby said, "Why are you alone? I remember it used to be your parents selling them, right?" The little girl still had a fawning smile on her face, but tears welled up in her eyes in an instant. She whispered, "They're all dead." Everyone fell silent immediately. After a while, someone sighed, but it was unclear what they were sighing about. Song Nansha suddenly lost his appetite. She felt that the matter was over, yet it also seemed like it wasn't over. She felt she had done everything she could just now, but now she felt she had to watch those ringleaders die. She secretly slipped a dozen spirit stones into the little girl's money box and turned to leave. On the way, she saw members of the Immortal Alliance organizing donations for the cultivators in the city and those who had rushed over overnight after hearing the news from Zhongzhou City. Song Nansha paused in his steps. Then she gritted her teeth and stepped forward. A disciple from the Immortal Alliance recognized her and asked, "Is the fairy also donating money? How much?" Song Nansha had intended to donate several hundred spirit stones, but the image of that little girl flashed through his mind, and he said instead, "I'll donate 5,000 spirit stones." As soon as she said it, she wanted to slap herself. But in the end, she still watched with a heavy heart as the 5,000 spirit stones were put into the donation box. She knew she was destined to lose money, but she never imagined that one day she would intentionally lose money. For the sake of these 5,000 spirit stones, Song Nansha felt she had to carefully oversee the Immortal Alliance's donation projects. no one can get this donation back into their own pocket. As Song Nansure left the place where he had made the donation, his heart was heavy. She felt like she had completely lost her mind. Then she saw Yoon Ji-fin. In that instant, her eyes lit up. She's out of money, but Yoon Ji-fin is. With the head of the Yoon family gone, what about the Yoon family's assets? She felt that her standards didn't need to be too rigid, and she could give Yoon Ji-fin a chance. Yoon Ji-fin also saw her and turned to walk over. Song Nansure immediately asked, Yoon Ji-fin, what did the Immortal Alliance leader want to discuss with you? Yoon Ji-fin, oh, he wants me to take over the remaining people and businesses of the Yoon family. Song Nansure took a deep breath. Yoon Ji-fin added, but I refused. After this incident, the Yoon family should no longer exist. Song Nansure's anger dissipated immediately. Yoon Ji-fin added, he also told me to decide the fate of the Yoon family's businesses. Song Nansure took another breath. Yoon Ji-fin, I have decided to use all of the Yoon family's assets to compensate the victims in Zhongzhou City. With this precedent, it will be easier to deal with the ill-gotten gains of other aristocratic families. Song Nansure. Yoon Ji-fin sighed, the Central Plains suffered such a calamity, and these few powerful families are the culprits. They should pay the price. Song Nansure said quietly, you're right, absolutely right. But two poor people have no future. Yoon Ji-fin raised his clean-cut face and smiled happily. Song Nansure felt like crying while reading this. Song Nansure felt that the unreliable senior sure actually had some talent. For example, the destiny he determined for Yoon Ji-fin. Whether she brings good fortune to her wife is still unknown, since no one has become Yoon Ji-fin's Taoist partner yet, and it's unclear whether those who haven't become partners can bring him good fortune. Of course, even if he could bring good fortune, Song Nansure would still have to weigh whether his wife-boosting destiny or his financial loss destiny could defeat the other. However, the prosperous wealth destiny is truly extraordinary. Before Yoon Ji-fin's injuries healed, Song Nansure didn't see him having any good fortune, but now that his injuries have healed, he's about to take over such a large business from the Yoon family. Song Nansure genuinely believed that his fortune was good. There's just one thing. Song Nansure looked at Yoon Ji-fin in front of him with a sense of utter despair. She felt that his ability to squander money was even greater than his luck with money. After all, Song Nansure, whose fate had been marked by financial ruin for over a decade, didn't dare claim that he could squander his vast fortune with just a few words. What a terrible man who can't manage a household. Song Nansure felt that this kind of man was too complicated and she couldn't handle him. Yesterday she was still struggling with her feelings for Yoon Ji-fin, feeling like she was suffering from the pain of love. Today she realized that her previous suffering was nothing compared to the real pain of love. Song Nansure looked at him with a complicated expression. Yoon Ji-fin, still smiling, glanced over without making a sound. For a moment, Song Nansure actually felt that this proud and arrogant young master was trying to curry favor with her. But he was still somewhat perceptive. Noticing her odd expression, he paused, then asked cautiously, "You think this is inappropriate?" Song Nansure said quietly, "Perfect, absolutely perfect. Keeping ferocious beasts that result in countless deaths and injuries is no small matter. Even now that the ringleader has been executed, there are still some low-level disciples in the Yoon family who know nothing about it. But outsiders don't care who is innocent or not. They are supported by the Yoon family, and in the eyes of outsiders, they are one with the Yoon family. No one is innocent. In this situation, the Yoon family is a hot potato. For Zhongzhou City, the Yoon family is a thorn in its side. it would be better to let the Yun family disappear completely, and let the Yun family disciples fend for themselves. This would be an explanation to the people of Zhongzhou, and also a way to survive for the disciples who were kept in the dark. Of course, most importantly, given Yun Jifeng's personality, now that he knows where the Yun family's money came from, he would never touch a single penny of the Yun family's money again. Compensating the victims is their ultimate destiny. Moreover, since Yun Jifeng took the initiative to do this, the Immortal Alliance can also justifiably handle it according to precedent for the other families involved. In short, it kills two birds with one stone, and there is nothing wrong with this approach. That's right. Song Nansho raised his head and said quietly, "So, Yun Jifeng, have you thought about how you'll make a living in the future?" Yun Jifeng was stunned, realizing what Song Nansho was asking. He immediately explained, "When I went to the Yun family in disguise last time, I took back my savings from the years I had as the young master." Song Nansho asked expressionlessly, "How much?" Yun Jifeng, 20,000. Song Nansho, "So how much did you spend?" Yun Jifeng, "As soon as I got the money back, I bought her a hairpin, which she's still wearing in her hair." Yun Jifeng, "More than half, I guess." Despite being the one giving the gift, Yun Jifeng felt inexplicably guilty. Song Nansho immediately sneered, 20,000 spirit stones, and you dare to buy me the most expensive hairpin." She thought that if he dared to spend so much money at once, he must have gotten back at least tens of thousands of spirit stones. Yun Jifeng. He was like a husband who had no control over the finances and was being scolded by his wife for spending money recklessly, not daring to utter a single word. Song Nansho didn't understand why she was so angry about him spending money, and immediately snapped, "Speak." Yun Jifeng, "I was wrong." He admitted his mistake, but Song Nansho felt something was strange for some reason. He spent his own money to buy her gifts, so why was she lecturing him? Shouldn't you politely say thank you? For a moment, Song Nansho was speechless, and the two stared at each other. A subtle atmosphere spread between the two. Just then, an elderly couple who had been watching with great interest for who knows how long suddenly gathered around. The wife said, "Young lady, you can't say that. Although your husband is a bit extravagant with money, he does it because he cares about you." Husband. Song Nansho subconsciously looked up at Yun Jifeng, his expression completely blank. Yun Jifeng was no less impressive. The two looked at each other in bewilderment. Meanwhile, the kind-hearted elderly couple, with the intention of reconciling the lovers, quickly took on the role of mediators. The old woman pulled Song Nansho aside and whispered, "Your husband is just being considerate of you. There aren't many young people who know how to be considerate these days, so you should be secretly happy. Of course, you have to gradually curb your extravagant spending habits. You don't seem like someone who knows how to manage money. But you have to take it slow and not rush it. I'll teach you." The old lady immediately wanted to teach Song Nansho how to manage her husband. The old man was even more enthusiastic, pulling Yun Jifeng aside and saying warmly, "Young man, this isn't how you show affection. Can't you see your wife is frugal? How can she be happy if you waste money? I know you two are a sweet couple, but you have a long life ahead of you. Spending money like this isn't how you live." He talked a lot about the self-cultivation of a stay-at-home husband. The two of them thought they were far enough apart that they couldn't hear each other, but the two cultivators could hear everything clearly. The two stood facing each other, separated by a street's width. Song Nansho was still in a daze and hadn't reacted when she saw Yun Jifeng's face turn red in an instant. Song Nansho had good hearing, and at that moment, he heard the old man saying, "If you have children in the future, you will have to save money for your descendants. When Song Nansure looked at Yoon Jifeng again, he saw that Yoon Jifeng's gaze was evasive and his face was even redder. Song Nansure, I'm not even blushing, so why are you blushing? The two of them felt they couldn't let them continue talking like that, and with great effort, they barely managed to escape from the enthusiastic crowd of elderly people. The elderly folks were still waving behind them, saying, "Live well." The two, they ran even faster. They ran for 2 blocks before stopping. Song Nansure looked at Yoon Jifeng and saw that Yoon Jifeng was also looking at her. But as soon as she looked at him, he began to look away, his face showing great unease. This made even Song Nansure, who had such a thick skin, start to feel uncomfortable. Song Nansure sensed the awkward atmosphere, so he coughed and forced a smile, saying, "Anyway, you can't just sit around doing nothing now. I'm saying all this for your own good." After she finished speaking, she realized something was off. Her intention was to change the subject, but how did this change of topic sound more like a wife urging her useless husband to be more ambitious? The good-for-nothing husband, Yoon Jifeng, nodded obediently this time. "I will find a way to make money, and I won't let me sit around and eat our savings away." Song Nansure, what were you trying to say about us? Song Nansure glared at Yoon Jifeng. Perhaps the reproach in her eyes was too strong. Yoon Jifeng quickly tried to cover it up. "I didn't say anything." Song Nansure, anyway, she cleared her throat. "Let's go back first. We still have important things to discuss today." Yoon Jifeng, okay. The two turned and walked back in this strange atmosphere. On his way back, Song Nansure unconsciously paid attention to Yoon Jifeng and then noticed something. He seemed to be looking very intently at the small advertisements on the roadside that advertised earning rewards for completing tasks. Song Nansure, he's serious about earning money to support his family. Returning to the Yi family home with mixed feelings, the two of them hadn't even snapped out of their earning money to support the family mode when they bumped into Yi Lis-ho, who was hurrying out. Upon seeing them, Yi Lis-ho immediately said, "You're finally back. We searched all over the place, looking for you at the Immortal Alliance, but couldn't find you. We also looked for Song Nan on the street, but couldn't find him either. We were wondering where you all went." He paused, then asked, "So where did you all go?" Both of them, feeling guilty, said in unison, "We didn't go anywhere." Yi Lis-ho, he squinted at them and said, "I think you're hiding something." Song Nansure glared at him. "You're the one who's hiding something." He then strolled inside. "Come on. Let's get down to business." As Yi Lis-ho chased after him, he muttered, "What important business? Isn't it all over?" "The end?" Song Nansure retorted, "But it's not over yet." She walked into the main hall and announced loudly, "Meeting." After a cup of tea, the group sat around the large round table in the main hall. Song Nansure held a brush in his hand and wrote 2 large characters on a large sheet of Xian paper on the table. "Review the proceedings," she said. "Let's first summarize and sort out what happened in Zhongzhou City." The others didn't know what she was going to do, but they nodded nonetheless. Song Nansure started by saying, "What we can confirm first is that Gui Qing came to Zhongzhou City for the sake of his predecessor's inheritance. He used Yangneo to bewitch aristocratic families and became the city lord through their help. After becoming the city lord, he would go into seclusion every few days. In fact, all of this was to find the inheritance of his predecessor." Everyone nodded. Song Nansure then said thoughtfully, "So he knew all along that the inheritance was in Zhongzhou City. Judging from his final act of placing the young bird in Sitsang Mountain, He even knew that the inheritance was placed in seeds on mountain. So now there is a question. She suddenly looked at the two Yi brothers, her expression turning serious. Does he know that the key to the inheritance is related to your family? Even someone as carefree as Yi Li's-ho was startled by her question. What chilled him to the bone even more was that his brother calmly replied, he only led Song Nansure into Mount Saizong after you went to the Yi family, which proves that he may not know exactly what the key to the inheritance is, but he definitely knows that the key must be related to the Yi family. Upon hearing this, Song Nansure laughed, threw down his pen, crossed his arms, and said, That's really strange. When the senior left the IOU 1,000 years ago, I guess even your Yi family ancestors didn't know what the senior used it for, right? You don't even know that your family has been guarding a key to a legacy for generations. How did Gui Qing know about it? Did he peek through the window back then? Song Nansure merely used an analogy to express his confusion, but after a moment of silence, Yun Jifeng suddenly said, It's not impossible. Song Nansure, are you kidding me? After she finished speaking, she suddenly realized that Yun Jifeng might not be joking. She heard Yun Jifeng calmly say, If a cultivator reaches the tribulation transcending stage, living for 1,000 years is not a problem. Upon hearing this, Song Nansure dropped his pen. She said, You mean that the ghost minister, or rather the ghost minister's true form, might be someone from the same era as our predecessor? Yun Jifeng, perhaps he knows the senior, which is why he is keeping such a close eye on the senior's inheritance today. He smiled and said, Otherwise, how can we explain that back then, perhaps only the senior knew about this key, yet Gui Qing knew where it was hidden. Even the ancestors of the Yi family didn't know. The elder was about to ascend to heaven when he left the key, so he certainly wouldn't reveal what he left behind. That really means there's only one possibility. The true form of Gui Qing is actually an old monster, who has lived for over 1,000 years. He witnessed his predecessors leaving behind their legacy. He may not have seen the IOU left by his predecessor, but he saw his predecessor walk into the Yi family. This explains why Gui Qing guarded the Yi family's residence but didn't take the key himself. He didn't know what the key was, but he knew it was related to the Yi family. Song Nansure slowly exhaled. She was puzzled, so, the one who's competing with me for the inheritance might be an old monster who's lived for 1,000 years. What's his motive? Wouldn't it be better if he used that time to ascend to heaven himself? Yun Jifeng shrugged. We have no idea about that. After all, we are not the ones who have lived for 1,000 years. Song Nansure scratched his head. Seeing Song Nan's confusion, Jiangji said, Actually, it might not be like that. Perhaps the original entity calculated it itself. Or perhaps it was something it heard from those who experienced it firsthand back then. Song Nan seemed to be deep in thought. It's unlikely that the calculation could be done. If the Ghost Lord's true form could calculate what an ascended great being would do, then he wouldn't need this inheritance. The latter possibility is not impossible. She sighed, but if he really is an old monster who has lived for 1,000 years, why would he want to see such a legacy? Yun Jifeng, no matter what his purpose is, he has gone to so much trouble, he will not give up easily. If the main body comes out in person one day, we should be prepared to face a 1,000-year-old monster. Upon hearing this, Song Nansure felt even more like scratching his head. And scratching her head, she suddenly thought of a question. At the very beginning, when both Zhu Mingzi and Gui Qing were preparing to take over their predecessor's inheritance, Song Nansure hadn't even appeared yet. She didn't appear, and there was no so-called destined person. These two had been making arrangements for years, surely not just to wait for her. In other words, before she appeared, they actually had some other way to forcibly extract that inheritance. However, Song Nansure suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and the two of them wanted to use her to get things, which led to their unexpected downfall. So how did they initially plan to break through the protection of an ascended great power and forcibly obtain the inheritance? Song Nansure suddenly shivered, feeling that this might not be a good method. This summary only yielded the speculation that the Ghost Lord's true form might be a 1,000-year-old monster, which left people feeling quite uneasy. Seeing that everyone looked preoccupied, Song Nansure adjourned the meeting. However, after the meeting, she secretly went to find Yi Qingshou. There were some things Yi Qingshou didn't want others to know, and she couldn't say them directly. Yi Qingshou opened the door for her, and she immediately asked, "Do you think that the true form of that ghost minister has any connection with your Yi family?" At first she didn't realize it, but it just happened by chance. The Ghost Lord's true form is a 1,000-year-old ghost, and the curse of the Yi family came around that time. Now, the Ghost Lord can still trigger Yi Qingzhou's curse. Moreover, the fact that Senior Shi specifically sought out the Yi family to borrow money back then is quite thought-provoking. Yi Qingzhou smiled slightly upon hearing her words and said directly, "Actually, my guess was even more direct." Song Nansure raised an eyebrow. Yi Qingzhou, I think that the true form of Gui Qin might be the disciple who placed the bloodline curse back then. Song Nansure was immediately taken aback. But aren't your Yi family disciples supposed to be swordsmen? He's a diviner. Yi Qingzhou directly produced the family genealogy. He said, 1,000 years ago, the Yi family, which was the Sheng family back then, had a disciple who asked to be expelled from the clan after learning the family's sword technique. After being expelled from the clan, one can no longer use the family's traditional sword techniques. It's not surprising that he's relearning divination. Song Nansure looked down and saw the name on it. Sheng is ill. Yi Qingzhou said calmly, "Bloodline curse, at least it has the word bloodline in it. Without bloodline, the curse cannot be activated. 1,000 years ago, the Sheng family had hundreds of members. In 1,000 years, according to the lifespan of cultivators, only 3 to 5 generations would pass. Given the short lifespan of our Yi family, those with mediocre cultivation might live for 1 or 200 years, while those with extraordinary talent might not even live to the age of an ordinary person. Most of the clan members do not want to harm the next generation, and even when they marry, they only marry mortals. Of the hundreds of people, only my brother and I remain. Our Yi family has no other bloodlines." The Red Death character in the Manchu genealogy that Song Nansure saw, and the only ones not marked in red, besides the Yi brothers, were Shengbi from 1,000 years ago. When Song Nansure looked up, he saw a slight look of confusion on Yi Qingzhou's face. He asked, "Miss Song, if the person who cast the curse 1,000 years ago is still watching us, how are Li Zhou and I supposed to live?" Song Nansure remained silent. After a moment, she suddenly said, "Yi Qingzhou." Yi Qingzhou raised his head. She said, "Would you believe me if I said I could easily break this curse one day?" Yi Qingzhou was silent for a moment, then nodded, "I believe you." Song Nansure, "All right, until I have that ability, your task is to live well. I will be here soon, so you can't give up either." Yi Qingzhou laughed. Song Nansure didn't laugh. She raised her hand and said, "Let's make a vow with a high five." Yi Qingzhou, "Let's make a vow with a high five." The 2 palms touched. When Song Nansure came out, he saw Yung Jifeng in the courtyard. She paused. "You heard that?" "Yung Jifeng, I was just passing by. I didn't overhear on purpose." Song Nansure walked over and said, "It's all right if you heard it. you all need to know eventually anyway. As he spoke, he casually asked, "Are you going out? Let's go together." Yoon Ji-fan nodded, "Okay." The two reached the door, and Song Nansher suddenly remembered to ask, "By the way, what are you going out for?" Yoon Ji-fan casually added, "Oh, I want to take on some missions to support myself." Song Nansher, "Was it we just now? Did you do it on purpose or on purpose?" Song Nansher pretended not to hear and followed him out to see how he planned to make money. Then Yoon Ji-fan went straight to the Wangshertan and looked at the white wall where the tasks were posted. Song Nansher thought he was choosing a task. Then I saw him raise his hand and tear off sheet after sheet. Song Nansher, "He's serious about earning money to support his family." Song Nansher stared in disbelief as he tore down the task notice in a flurry. She had excellent eyesight and noticed that the task notices ranged from helping a cultivator spar to seek a breakthrough to finding a lost cat. There was something for everyone. Yoon Ji-fan tore it apart without even blinking. He tore it up cleanly, which shocked the other cultivators who had come to take on suitable tasks. They stopped accepting tasks and just stood by, watching him with curiosity. He tore down a notice, and a series of shocked hisses erupted all around, as if they were giving him a voiceover. They were still discussing it in hushed tones. "Wow! That guy who hired sparring partners has already injured 3 cultivators who accepted the mission. This mission has been hanging here for half a month and no one has dared to accept it. This guy is awesome." And those who were supposed to catch the thief, quite a few cultivators failed to catch that little thief. Is this guy just joking? If he's got that kind of ability, why would he take on a job like finding a cat? Everyone expressed shock and disbelief. They were shocked, but Song Nansher gradually calmed down. Her expression gradually became indescribable. Because she discovered something. Yoon Ji-fan watched as the tasks were torn up cleanly, ranging from difficult to easy, seemingly at will. However, Song Nansher noticed a pattern. Generally speaking, the bounties for them are not cheap. For example, there's that sparring mission that supposedly involved injuring 3 sparring partners. Yoon Ji-fan's first target was 8. Song Nansher, "He's serious about making money." She was so earnest that she almost forgot that when she first met him, he would charge 50 spirit stones for a donkey and always had a cool, aloof attitude when he set up a stall. Time really is a cruel mistress. The cool guy from back then now has to struggle to make a living. As she lamented the passing years, Yoon Ji-fan had already torn almost everything apart. Then he looked at her, his expression hesitant. Song Nansher thought he was going to say something, but he saw him open his mouth and say, "I have to go do a mission." Song Nansher was baffled. What did he say to her while he was doing the task? Then he hesitated and asked, "Do you want to come with me?" Song Nansher really wanted to ask her what she was doing there, but instead asked, "How long will it take you to complete these tasks?" Yoon Ji-fan silently calculated, "Half a day, I guess." Song Nansher. She calculated the total amount of these tasks, then looked at him. At that moment, she suddenly realized what the saying "men who work hard are the most handsome" meant. Yoon Ji-fan is so cool when he's seriously making money. She said directly, "Let's go." Yoon Ji-fan couldn't help but chuckle. However, once Song Nansher actually started doing them, he understood why these tasks were so expensive yet no one was interested in them. Because there really is no such thing as a free lunch. Yoon Ji-fan's initial task was to find a cat, and Song Nansher assumed he was a wealthy cat lover. The cat lover was filled with gratitude upon seeing them and exclaimed, My cat Mimi ran away from home after being frightened during the monstrous bird riot. You must find her. She's my lifeline. He really is a cat lover. Then the cat lover showed them a picture of his cat, Mimi. Song Nansher. She said expressionlessly, "You call this boobs?" The image depicts a ferocious tiger. Cat lovers, big cats are also kittens. Song Nansher. Okay. Yoon Ji-fan remained calm and said directly, "Give me the portrait." The cat lover quickly handed it over. Yoon Ji-fan glanced at it twice and said, "It's not impossible." Cat lovers were overjoyed. Yoon Ji-fan calmly added, "But it will cost more." Song Nansher looked at Yoon Ji-fan, who had already raised the price, with a shocked expression. But the cat lovers knew they were in the wrong and could only say, "Then I'll add 50%. Yoon Ji-fan answered decisively, "I'll take it." Only Song Nansher looked at Yoon Ji-fan with a complicated expression. Yoon Ji-fan has really grown up. Then, as soon as they stepped outside, Yoon Ji-fan said, "Song Nansher, let your turtle that can only find things come out and try." Upon hearing this, Song Nansher immediately made an outrageous demand. "Then I want half of the reward." Yoon Ji-fan didn't even blink. "It's all yours." Song Nansher. Why did she feel like he was being direct? This Yoon Ji-fan is truly different. She could only say dryly, "I said I want half, so I mean half. Do you have a problem with that?" A smile appeared in Yoon Ji-fan's eyes. "Then I'll listen to you." Song Nansher could only awkwardly take out the turtle. The turtle had been locked up for days and was so bored that it wanted to escape as soon as it was released. Song Nansher said coolly, "Where do you think you can escape to? Your number 1 master has run away with your number 2 master." The turtle froze instantly. Song Nansher smiled and said, "All right, get to work. If you do a good job, I'll buy you a fish to eat." The turtle really wanted to say that it was a shadow ghost and didn't eat fish. It led the way with a heart full of despair. Song Nansher subconsciously released his mount, the donkey. Then a pure white deer jumped out and turned to look at her with a puzzled expression. It looks very elegant. So noble that she felt she might not be able to afford to sit there. Song Nansher was silent for a moment, then said, "Never mind, you can go back." Despite possessing a mythical beast mount, she chose to walk while carrying a tortoise. The tortoise pointed the way, and Song Nansher followed. Yoon Ji-fan glanced at the tortoise and couldn't help but say, "It's still alive." Song Nansher, "Huh? What else?" Yoon Ji-fan, "I thought you'd eventually have to skin it and make a tortoise shell out of it." The turtle froze instantly. Song Nansher laughed loudly. "How could that be?" The turtle breathed a sigh of relief. Song Nansher, "I'm still using the natal chart now. If that group of medicinal herbs takes it away and I lose my weapon, then I can peel off its tortoise shell and do divination." Song Nansher squinted. Looking at the increasingly stiff tortoise, she suddenly said, "Speaking of which, I caught this shadow ghost from my second senior sister. What a coincidence, I also caught a shadow ghost from Yi Qingshu yesterday." Yoon Ji-fan immediately looked over. "Is it that ghost minister?" Song Nansher nodded. "It should be him, no doubt." Yoon Ji-fan chuckled lightly. "It seems that those medicinal herbs, or rather, that entity itself, are all particularly fond of the shadow ghost. What can a shadow ghost do? Stealing someone else's luck and destiny." Song Nansher thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Yoon Ji-fan, on the path of cultivation, everything must be governed by cause and effect. If that body is truly the ancestor of the Yi family from 1,000 years ago, he first cursed his own bloodline, and now he has implicated the entire Zhongli city. With his methods, I don't believe he hasn't done other things that harm others for his own benefit in the past 1,000 years. A person who is theoretically burdened by cause and effect could have his life taken by a minor demon on the path of cultivation, and could have been struck dead by lightning during his tribulation. How do you think he has lived for 1,000 years? Both of their gazes fell on the Shadow Ghost. Shadow Ghosts steal lifespan and luck. The fact that the cassia seeds were able to raise such a powerful Shadow Ghost suggests that they were very skilled at using it. Zhu Xiu is the protagonist of a book, and her luck is very strong. Song Nanshe could see this after getting to know her for a long time. It's impossible that Shen Bingyi, a fortune teller from 1,000 years ago, couldn't have predicted it. Yi Qingshou was his blood relative, and his only remaining blood relative. Under the power of bloodline, the help he could provide to that body was probably no less than that of the chosen one. Song Nanshe couldn't help but ask, could it be that he's been living this long thanks to the Shadow Ghost? Yung Jifeng thought for a moment and said, it's very possible, but since that person dares to be so unscrupulous and unafraid of consequences, perhaps he has more than one method. It's just that we have too few clues right now. He paused, seemingly lost in thought, and said, there's another thing I'm puzzled about. The original body placed a bloodline curse on his own family back then, and he shouldn't have been able to escape it either, but he's still alive today. How did he manage to get rid of the bloodline curse? The two stared at each other, at a loss for what to do. Just then, the turtle, who had been as quiet as a chicken, suddenly signaled them to stop. The two stopped immediately and saw an ordinary little courtyard in front of them. Could that big cat be in this little courtyard? The two exchanged a glance, and Song Nanshe stepped forward and knocked on the door. A little child opened the door and asked in a childish voice, Sister, who are you looking for? Yung Jifeng asked, are your parents home? The little toddler said politely, hello, uncle, my daddy has gone out. Sister, uncle. Yung Jifeng said very seriously, you have to call me brother. Song Nanshe. She said disdainfully, why are you arguing with a little kid? Yung Jifeng, this is a serious matter. Then correct the little one, call me brother. When he got serious, his features became very sharp, and the little boy was stunned for a moment before bursting into tears. He cried out, Huang! Someone is bullying me. Roar! Suddenly, a tiger's roar echoed in the courtyard, and a spirited tiger leaped out, glaring at them menacingly. Song Nanshe was startled by the name Huang, and his body trembled. Then he heard a dog barking behind him, followed by a male voice saying, "The Huang, what's wrong?" Song Nanshe turned his head and saw a person who looked a lot like the baby chasing a yellow dog out of the alley. Rhubarb and yellow rhubarb. Song Nanshe suddenly found himself at a loss for words. After a cup of tea, Song Nanshe finally learned the story of Huang from the male head of the household. Huang, also known as the spirit tiger, jumped into his house in a panic on the day of the riot in Zhongli City. He thought it was a ferocious beast that ate people and was trembling with fear, too afraid to come out. Who knew that when the young bird broke into his yard, Huang saw that the little child was about to be carried away. It mustered up its courage and fought bravely against the young bird, and was injured. It became the life-saving tiger for his whole family. Or perhaps you could call him a dog. Because the baby had only ever seen dogs, he firmly believed that this spirit tiger was also a big dog, and even gave it a dog's name. At this moment, the Huang dog was lying on the ground wagging its tail, just like a genuine local dog, wanting the baby to feed its snacks. "I don't miss home at all," The male homeowner said apologetically, "We know our Huang has an owner, but it never wanted to leave. We consider it family, but since you've come looking for it," he said with a heavy heart, "then take it with you." The little baby burst into tears as soon as he heard that. He immediately grabbed Wang's neck. "Huang, don't go. Don't go." Song Nanshe immediately realized that this task was going to be tricky. She thought for a moment and decided to wait there, while Yoon Jifeng brought the cat's owner over. Soon after, Yoon Jifeng brought the person over. The first thing Song Nanshe said was, "Your cat has turned into a dog." The cat owner was utterly shocked when he saw the spirit tiger dressed like a dog. "But I never expected him to be such a sentimental person." After hearing Lin Hu's story, he burst into tears. "Mimi was so timid when she was in my hands. I never thought she would one day bravely fight against a ferocious beast." The little child corrected, "It's Huang." The cat owner continued, "It's my fault for not fulfilling my responsibilities as the owner. Mimi probably doesn't like me." The little child emphasized, "It's a dog." The cat owner waved his hand and decided, "Since Mimi likes you, then she belongs to you." The little child exclaimed with delight, Huang, did you hear that?" Huang wagged its tail violently. Song Nanshe, "There's a reason this task is so expensive." Song Nanshe began, "Then what about our bounty?" Cat owner, "I'm so touched. Thank you for letting me witness such a touching story. The reward will be doubled." Song Nanshe immediately said, "Thank you, boss." Yoon Jifeng's fortune is indeed booming. The two men took the reward and quickly left this troublesome place. The little child politely said goodbye, "Goodbye, sister. Goodbye, uncle." Yoon Jifeng. Song Nanshe, "Ha ha ha ha." He turned his head and corrected him earnestly, "Call me brother." The little baby burst into tears. Song Nanshe quickly pulled the person away, laughing as they went. Yoon Jifeng sighed helplessly, "All right, then it'll be uncle." Song Nanshe immediately replied, "Okay, uncle, thank you." Yoon Jifeng laughed helplessly. The two continued with the mission, but fortunately, the remaining missions were not as outrageous as this one, including that legendary sparring mission where he defeated 3 cultivators. Yoon Jifeng went in, and before he could even finish a cup of tea, he had already beaten down the cultivator, who was supposed to be his sparring partner. Seeing how fiercely he was beating the other party, Song Nanshe was terrified, fearing that the other party would become angry and refuse to pay. To everyone's surprise, the man, bruised and battered with stars in his eyes, got up, and the first thing he did was give Yoon Jifeng a thumbs up, excitedly saying, "Brother, you're awesome. Come and beat me up again tomorrow. The harder the better. Don't stop. I'll give you double." Song Nanshe was immediately stunned by this request. Wow, there are actually people who pay to get beaten up. She really couldn't understand this world anymore. Yoon Jifeng remained calm. 3 times, you're looking for a breakthrough, right? I'll make sure you get your due beating. Without hesitation, the man replied, "Okay." Song Nanshe. She really couldn't understand it. Fortunately, it was time for the last task. The two exchanged a glance upon seeing the mission details. This should be a mission from before the upheaval in Zhongrou. The mission says that the person heard a strange cry near the city lord's mansion, which was very piercing, but it stopped after that. The mission asked someone to investigate the area near the city lord's mansion. Before the upheaval in Zhongrou, the city lord's position was secure, so naturally, no one took on this task. It's been kept until now. In retrospect, The strange noise that person heard was most likely the call of the pheasant. This person may not actually feel that anything is wrong, otherwise they wouldn't have issued a mission in a place like Wangshutan. They are probably just curious. Yoon Jifeng then said, now that the truth is out, this person may not have had time to withdraw from the mission, or he may have died in this incident and had no chance to withdraw from the mission. Song Nansher sighed, never mind, I have nothing better to do anyway, so I'll go check out the City Lord's mansion. By this time, the City Lord's mansion had been thoroughly searched and looted. However, after the mansion had been destroyed and rebuilt twice, there was not much money left to be found. Song Nansher originally intended to admire the ruins for a while before leaving, but then the tortoise suddenly crawled out. Song Nansher initially thought it wanted to run away, but after taking 2 steps, it turned back and gestured for them to follow. The two exchanged a glance and immediately followed. Then the tortoise was seen crawling laboriously across the ruins, and soon stopped in front of a half-collapsed house. Song Nansher narrowed his eyes. What's here? The turtle made a digging motion. During the Southern Song dynasty. The turtle nodded vigorously. Song Nansher thought that the turtle was probably scared and wanted to surrender. She looked around and, seeing no one, rolled up her sleeves and got ready to dig. Yoon Jifeng, however, said directly, I'll do it. He drew his sword and cleaved through the ruins, revealing a stone floor and a place resembling the entrance to an underground chamber. The two exchanged a glance, and Yoon Jifeng said directly, I'll go first. Song Nansher didn't argue with him at this point and nodded. Yoon Jifeng cautiously descended. Then there was no movement for a long time. Song Nansher almost thought he was about to be hit and was about to seize him when he heard him say, Song Nansher, get down. Song Nansher immediately went downstairs. Song Nansher looked at it from all angles but couldn't see anything different, and couldn't help but wonder, does the ghost minister have the habit of building his bedroom on the ground? Yoon Jifeng, so the people living here must be some kind of shady characters. The two exchanged a glance and said in unison, cash a seed. Since Zhu Mingzi sought refuge with him, he naturally couldn't show himself to others. So where did he live? I can't possibly share a bed with Gui Qing. Song Nansher immediately became excited. Quickly search what's here. After searching around, the two quickly discovered that the place was so poor that there wasn't even a single spirit stone. After searching for a long time, I only found 2 tokens on the bookshelf. It's still a wooden sign. On the wooden signs, one reads Shadow Po and the other reads Shadow San. The turtle's claws pressed down on the 2 wooden plaques. Song Nansher, is this what you've been looking for? The turtle nodded. Song Nansher frowned and immediately performed a divination. Then she put down the horoscope and calmly said, these 2 wooden plaques are related to the identities of those 2 medicinal herbs. Shadow R, Shadow San. They couldn't help but think of the identities of their 2 external avatars. This wooden plaque is very likely a ranking of the external incarnations. Yoon Jifeng then said, there are 2, 3, and there might even be 4. Song Nansher, of course, it's also possible that 1 is true. Song Nansher directly asked the turtle, how many external avatars does your master have? The tortoise cautiously made a 2 gesture. Song Nansher frowned, including himself, there are only 2? Or have you only seen 2? The turtle gestured wildly. Song Nansher, you've only met 2. One is a cassia seed, and the other is a ghost minister. Song Nan seemed to be deep in thought. She didn't know if the external avatar that the shadow ghost saw was one of all of Shongbing's external avatars. She didn't know how many incarnations a person could have. But if there really are only two? Song Nansure asked in confusion, what about me? If ranked by numbers, Shadow 1 should be his first external incarnation. But Turtle said he'd only seen two. Yoon Ji-fan, he might be dead. You also said that it's strange that his original body could survive until now, given the karma he carried. His avatar might not be so lucky. Logically speaking, when the original body placed the bloodline curse. He paused abruptly as he spoke. Song Nanshure's eyes widened as well. They all thought of something. Yes, the bloodline curse naturally includes his bloodline, so how come he's unharmed? But what if this bastard used some means to replace himself with his external avatar? Song Nansure murmured, so there is no Shadow 1 anymore. His first external avatar actually died in his place. The two returned to the Yi family with complicated expressions. It wasn't until Song Nansure was lying in bed that she came to her senses, feeling as if she had only seen the tip of an iceberg. She began to recall the original work. Honestly, all these years, she hadn't even thought that the world she lived in still had the original story. However, there is no such person as Shenbi in the original work, nor is there any Junmingzi or Gui Qing. The original novel of the junior sisters' sweet romance is a pure love story with few villains. The original novel of the second senior sisters' crematorium-like romance is also simple and straightforward, despite its tragic love story. As for the original novel of the senior brothers' overpowered protagonist, she herself is a character from the original novel, a minor character who later becomes a villain and betrays her senior brother. But the villain here isn't called Shenbi. I think his surname is Yoon. He's called Yoon Mo from beginning to end, and he's a villain who turned evil and massacred his family after being betrayed by them. Oh! Wait a minute. This premise sounds so familiar. Song Nansure was stunned for a moment, then suddenly sat up in shock from his deathbed. His surname is Yoon. Betrayed by his family. This is just... The clouds have stopped and the wind has ceased. Song Nansure felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, remembering the vow he made when he realized he was just a cannon fodder extra in the original story when he was a child. Never associate with villains in this lifetime, end life a long and peaceful life until your death. And now, not only did she get involved with the villain, but that villain was also good at bringing good fortune to his wife, and she even had a bit of lust for his body. Ah, Yoon Ji-fan. Quickly tell me you just happen to have the same character design as the villain. Song Nansure was completely dumbfounded. Ever since he learned that everyone around him was a protagonist, and that he was just a random passerby who had ruined the protagonists' lives, Song Nanshure's lifelong wish was to live a peaceful life until his death, and to be a background character far removed from the protagonists. And never try to seduce any villains in your life. Villains are too complicated, and she can't handle them. But now she's not just seducing people. She's not just seducing them in a normal way. No. This time it must have been the villain who seduced her. Thinking about it this way, Song Nansure felt terrible. In the original story, she colluded with the villain to commit evil deeds, but here the villain actively seduced her. Is this a fateful encounter between the villain and the cannon fodder? Song Nanshure's head was buzzing, and his whole body felt numb. Her mind told her that she should sit down and analyze the similarities between the current Yoon Ji-fan and the Yoon Mo in the original work, assess whether he was still at risk of turning evil, and then calmly decide whether she should distance herself from him without leaving a trace. But her mind was completely blank, as if it had been chewed up by a donkey. All she could think about was that she needed to go and see Yoon Ji-fan. She didn't know why she had to go see him right after they separated, especially now that she suddenly discovered Yoon Ji-fang was the villain in the original story. But she had this inexplicable urge, as if she didn't take a look, Yoon Ji-fang, who had just returned with her, would turn into the cloud demon from the original story tomorrow. Song Nansure turned and ran outside. They sped along. As he ran, Song Nanshure's mind raced through the plots about the cloud demon from the original novel. In the original story, Yoon Mo was betrayed by his family and narrowly escaped death several times. He finally found a glimmer of hope after going mad with evil spirits. But when she first met Yoon Ji-fang, he was selling wild animal pelts at a stall, his face cold as if someone owed him millions. In the original story, after Yoon Mo became possessed by a demon, he was witnessed wiping out his entire clan. He stood covered in blood on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with not a single living person around him. However, Yoon Ji-fang, whom she knew, was ripped off for 50 spirit stones when buying an ordinary donkey, but he didn't cause any trouble for the person who cheated him. In the end, he even reflected on his experience and learned how to bargain. In the original novel, Yoon Mo and Long Aotian are mortal enemies. No one knows how this enmity came about. It seems that Yoon Mo started targeting Long Aotian for no apparent reason. However, when Yoon Ji-fang was happy, he would call her senior brother Jiang, but when he was unhappy, he would secretly complain that Jiang Ji was simple-minded. The plot of the original work and Yoon Ji-fang, whom Song Nansure knew, flashed through her mind one by one. Song Nansure always felt that the original work was describing a person she did not know at all. The Yoon Ji-fang she knew had all started taking on tasks to earn money. He's even good for his wife. Thinking of the words lucky wife, Song Nansure felt his heart calm down for some reason. He rushed to Yoon Ji-fang's door and knocked. 1 or 2 clicks, and nobody's opening it. Song Nansure immediately became uneasy, fearing that if he didn't see him for a moment, he would turn into the cloud demon. Just as she was lost in thought, Zhu Xiu poked her head out of the window of a room not far away, looking at her with bright eyes and asking eagerly, "Junior sister, are you looking for Yoon Ji-fang?" Song Nansure, that's right. Zhu Xiu, seemingly struck by a sudden thought, became incredibly excited and immediately pointed towards the kitchen, exclaiming, "I saw him go to the kitchen. Hurry, hurry." Song Nansure turned around and waved, "Thanks." On his way to the kitchen, Song Nansure calmed down for a moment and then suddenly left. In the original story, the second senior sister, who should be deeply in love right now, has the mind to gossip about her. How could Yoon Ji-fang, who is obsessed with making money, turn into Yoon Mo in the blink of an eye? She strode towards the kitchen, and seeing that the kitchen door was closed, she instinctively reached out and pushed open the bedroom door. Then he ran right into Yoon Ji-fang, who was holding a kitchen knife. The cleaver gleamed coldly, its light echoing the faint, flickering candlelight in the kitchen, creating an eerie, unsettling atmosphere. Song Nansure, who had just recalled the nickname Cloud Demon, was so startled that he almost thought he had actually encountered a murderer. Then the gaze shifts downwards, revealing the killer wearing a floral apron, with a radish chopped into pieces in his hands. The pot next to him was still bubbling and boiling. The two people stared at each other through the steam rising from the pot. Song Nansure was even more bewildered than when he first discovered he was the villain in the original story, and subconsciously asked, "What are you doing?" Yoon Ji-fang subconsciously raised the radish he hadn't finished cutting in his other hand. "I'm going to make radish soup. Do you want some?" Song Nansure was even more confused. "You can cook? Wasn't he a young master before?" The original author, Cloud Demon, said no. But I think that now that it's open source, the next step is to cut costs. In layman's terms, it saves money. Song Nansher, oh. For some reason, all the thoughts in my mind disappeared when he was cutting the radish. Yoon Ji-fan didn't know why she had suddenly come looking for him, so he asked, "Would you like some radishes?" Just then, the water boiled, and Yoon Ji-fan grabbed a haphazardly chopped radish and threw it into the water, then frowned as he identified the seasonings in the kitchen. Song Nansher, I think it's better not to. Yoon Ji-fan looked at his pot and then at her, promising, "Practice makes perfect. I'll practice my skills diligently." Song Nansher subconsciously thought that he was a rich young master who couldn't cook, but she had been poor since childhood, and the food she made to make a living was at least safe enough to be poisonous. However, since he had taken the initiative to teach her how to cook, then the two of them. 2A. He's the villain in the original story. What are you talking to him about? The most important thing right now is the business at hand. But he's also good for his wife. Song Nansher's mind seemed to short-circuit. Yoon Ji-fan eventually circled back to the main topic. He asked, "Why did you suddenly come looking for me at this time? Is there something important?" Important matter. Is it important to see if you've become a cloud demon? But of course she couldn't say that. But if we need to find something urgent now. She hasn't finished editing yet. Song Nansher was silent for a moment before calmly saying, "Guess." Yoon Ji-fan. He stared at Song Nansher for a long time, making Song Nansher involuntarily nervous. Then he slowly began, "Could it be that you are?" Song Nansher subconsciously tensed up. Yoon Ji-fan continued, "You want today's bounty?" Song Nansher. "All right," she said calmly, "I'm here to collect the bounty." Yoon Ji-fan had an expression that said, "I knew it." He ignored his radish soup, casually took off his apron, and followed her out. For some reason, Song Nansher felt that when this person took off his apron, there was actually a bit of a smirk about him. Serious business. After calming down, Song Nansher saw Yoon Ji-fan start taking out his storage ring again. She immediately overturned her previous conclusion, thinking that he was actually most handsome when he was paying. Yoon Ji-fan took out a bag of spirit stones and handed it over. "You helped me with today's mission, so as usual, this is half of the reward." Song Nansher looked at the storage bag she handed him and felt a little embarrassed to take it. Honestly, aside from helping with a few tasks sporadically, she didn't do anything else. But when she looked down at the number of spirit stones in her storage bag, Song Nansher calmly accepted it. "Thank you." She seemed to have come all this way just to ask him for half of the reward. After taking the spirit stones, she subconsciously turned to leave. Just as I turned around, I suddenly realized, wait a minute, she wasn't really there to collect the money. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly turned around, took 2 steps to Yoon Ji-fan, patted his shoulder and said, "Yoon Ji-fan, you're doing great right now, keep it up." Yoon Ji-fan is Yoon Ji-fan. The cloud demon from the original work doesn't suit him. As if a weight had been lifted from his heart, Song Nansher left with lighter steps. But Yoon Ji-fan misunderstood. Is this good enough? Does she mean that she likes it when she continues to take on tasks and earn money like this? Yoon Ji-fan watched her retreating figure, lost in thought. When Song Nansher returned, his second senior sister was still by the window, looking at the book in her hand for a while, and peeking out to look outside. She was very busy. Her eyes lit up when she saw Song Nan, and she asked excitedly, "Junior sister, did you find it?" Song Nansher glanced at her, but before he could see her gossipy expression, he noticed the cover of the book she was holding. "The Domineering Devil Falls in Love with Me." Song Nansher. As expected of the female lead in the crematorium, even reading a storybook is so unique. The second senior sister noticed her gaze, gave an awkward smile, quickly put away the book, and explained, "I was just looking around." Song Nansher smiled. She was just about to deal with her second senior sister's gossip and leave when she suddenly remembered something else. Her second senior sister is a reincarnation. Then she must have recognized Yoon Ji-fin. Song Nan seemed to be deep in thought. To be honest, she had never really wanted to seriously think about her second senior sister's rebirth, because she found it terrifying to think about. The original work is the original work, but the world we live in now is a product of stitching together 3 novels. Another version of her transmigrated into the story. If the second senior sister were to be reborn, would the Song Nansher she saw in her previous life be the Song Nansher from the original novel who colluded with the villain to harm the senior brother, or the current her? If it's the former, why didn't she notice that the current Song Nansher is completely different from the one before her rebirth? If it's the latter, Song Nansher was even less inclined to know. She was a fortune teller, but she didn't want to hear about her fate from a reborn person. And if senior sister's previous life Song Nansher was also her, how could she have let Yoon Ji-fin become Yoon Demon? Song Nansher really wanted to ask her senior sister about her past life, but she couldn't just say, "Since you've been reborn, tell me about your past life." She paused for a moment, then calmly asked, "How was the storybook you were reading, senior sister?" "The domineering demon falls in love with me. Yoon Ji-fin is also a demon in the original novel. She might be able to glean something from the subtle hints." Then Yu Xiu said, "You mean this? It's very beautiful." Song Nansher patiently asked, "So what's your opinion on the profession of a demon lord?" Yu Xiu said without hesitation, "The male and female leads are a match made in heaven." Song Nansher: "The case is solved." Her second senior sister used to be obsessed with romance, but now she's evolved. They've evolved into CP-centric thinkers. Without hesitation, Song Nansher said, "Hello, second senior sister." "Goodbye, second senior sister." Ran away quickly. Yu Xiu watched her retreating figure with reluctance, then picked up the storybook and began reading again. She thought the same thing as Song Nansher. Yoon Ji-fin is a demon, and the male protagonist in the story is also a demon. Since we can't see Yoon-mo and her junior sister dating yet, let's watch other demons date. This is called a male replacement. Song Nansher had no idea that her senior sister was secretly writing about male replacement literature. After returning to her room, she sorted out the situation. The cloud demon in the original work is Yoon Ji-fin, which is almost a certainty. If we follow the timeline of the original work, the first time she met Yoon Ji-fin was probably when Yoon Ji-fin had just been betrayed by his family and was on the run. The original novel didn't explain how Cloud Demon escaped, since that was Long Outin's territory. It only describes how Yoon-mo narrowly escaped death several times and turned evil after going astray. Coincidentally, when Song Nansher met him, he was indeed seriously injured. Song Nansher imagined that, given his condition at the time, if he were to encounter a large number of Yoon family pursuers again, it wouldn't be impossible for him to force himself to cultivate and suffer a chi deviation in order to escape. Oh right, she did see the Yoon family's pursuers in Xianyuan town, but she reported those deserters to the enforcement hall and they were taken away. Moreover, Brother Donkey had the chilling blood jade inside her belly. When she took Yoon Ji-fin into the White Wutong secret realm and the two of them were trapped in the collapsed secret realm, she accidentally took out the blood jade. Yoon Ji-fin's injuries were mostly healed. Song Nansure suddenly remembered that the divination she initially gave Yoon Jifeng was a death divination, but after they came out of the White Wutong secret realm, the divination changed to a life or death situation. Song Nansure's heart pounded. She couldn't help but wonder, what if she hadn't met Yoon Jifeng back then? If she hadn't met Yoon Jifeng, she wouldn't have noticed the increased number of suspicious people in Xianyuan town. Without the intervention of the enforcement hall, the Yoon family's pursuers would have had more time to search. Even though Yoon Jifeng evaded the search, she remembered that the first assassin they sold to second senior sister's crematorium was the one who accepted the bounty to kill Yoon Jifeng. He had already discovered Yoon Jifeng. If Song Nansure hadn't happened to be passing by, the Yoon family would have discovered him if Yoon Jifeng had used his spiritual power to deal with him. After much deliberation, Song Nansure suddenly realized that Yoon Jifeng's demonic possession in the original novel might have occurred in Xianyuan town. But then she met him. She met him, and she meddled in other people's business. She just happened to have the Qilin blood jade to live in the face of death. Fortunately, she met him. Song Nansure let out a breath, only then realizing that she was covered in cold sweat. But she couldn't help but be alarmed. The thought that Yoon Jifeng might be the demon Yoon now comes to her mind whenever she thinks about how she should have paid less attention to the suspicious people in Xianyuan town, or how she should have turned away when she saw the assassin chasing Yoon Jifeng. It was just a little bit short. Song Nansure lay back on the bed and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yoon Jifeng is still in the kitchen making soup. The original novel says that after Yoonmo went mad, someone witnessed him annihilating the entire Yoon family, leaving the entire family in a state of carnage, like a slaughterhouse. Song Nansure thought about it, but he couldn't imagine Yoon Jifeng annihilating his entire family, no matter what. Because the Yoon Jifeng she knew wasn't that kind of person. The Yoon family betrayed him, but even after arriving in Zhonglo City, he never once mentioned his personal grudges with the Yoon family. Now that the Yoon family has fallen, everyone should be pushing them down when they're done. Apart from compensating the people of Zhongzhou with the Yoon family's property, he hasn't done anything else. The Yoon Jifeng she knew wasn't that extreme. Would a cloud demon she doesn't know be so extreme? Can going to extremes in cultivation completely change a person's personality? Song Nansure didn't know, but she suddenly remembered the young bird in Zhongzhou City. When they arrived, the young bird was already somewhat out of control. If their group hadn't been in the original story, how far would the Yoon family have been from completely losing control of the young bird and getting burned? Song Nansure didn't want to make excuses for Yoon Jifeng in the original work, but she inexplicably felt that whether Yoon Jifeng was responsible for the massacre or whether the Yoon family brought it upon themselves was still debatable. If the Yoon family in the original novel was truly wiped out by the young bird, then in order to hide the secret of the young bird, the blame for the extermination of the entire family would likely fall on Yoon Jifeng. Damn! Song Nansure suddenly felt that the cloud demon in the original work was a bit pitiful. Just then, a loud bang was heard outside. Song Nansure was startled and quickly got up to see what had happened. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Yi Liho shouting. Yoon Jifeng blew up the kitchen while he was cooking. Immediately, everyone poked their heads out. Yoon Jifeng stood expressionlessly behind Yi Liho, his face streaked with gray. Song Nansure was completely baffled, unable to imagine how making a simple radish soup could have blown up the kitchen. At this moment, Yi Qinshou, the money-collecting expert, quickly came out, coughing and clutching his chest, saying, "Brother Yoon, about the money for repairing the kitchen." Yoon Jifeng glanced at Song Nansure subconsciously, somewhat cautiously. In the past, Song Nansure would probably have cursed him out. However, Song Nansure is now very tolerant. It's good enough to be alive, and even better to be alive with both physical and mental health. What if you curse someone and make them go mad? She wanted to protect Yoon Ji-fin's fragile heart. So she said softly, "Don't worry." Then, looking gently at Yi Qinsho, he said, "Repairs are repairs, but we're old acquaintances, so let's give you a discount." Everyone was stunned. Is this from the Southern Song dynasty? What's wrong with Song Nansure? Yoon Ji-fin is even more foolish. Yesterday, Song Nansure was complaining about his extravagance, but today he's suddenly so gentle. Yoon Ji-fin felt scared. His first reaction was even, does he have some kind of terminal illness and won't live to see tomorrow? In the silence of the courtyard, Yoon Ji-fin asked cautiously, "Song Nansure, aren't you going to scold me?" Song Nansure smiled gently and said, "Why would I scold you?" Yoon Ji-fin remained silent for a moment, then tentatively overturned a decorative vase on the windowsill. Splash! Torn apart. Song Nansure's expression changed immediately. She took a deep breath. "Yoon Ji-fin, are you out of your mind?" Upon seeing this, Yoon Ji-fin breathed a sigh of relief, and the others were also overjoyed, as if the once silent courtyard had come back to life. Yi Qinsho even said, "Song Nansure is still normal. That's great. I'm in a good mood today, so I don't have to pay for the vase." Song Nansure. She took a deep breath and slammed the window shut. At that moment, she felt that the whole courtyard was sick. "And you're still trying to protect Yoon Ji-fin's fragile heart? Let him try to protect it himself." Song Nansure angrily lay down on the bed. Then she remembered, wait a minute. Wasn't her original plan to stay away from the villain and die peacefully in her old age? Never mind, Yoon Ji-fin is Yoon Ji-fin, and Yoon Mo is Yoon Mo. Yoon Ji-fin isn't exactly a villain. Sleep. That night, she had a dream all night long, in which a domineering demon fell in love with me. In her dream, Yoon Ji-fin grinned at her with a crooked smile, saying, "Woman, you've caught my attention." Then he started shouting maniacally, "Whose love do you think you're rejecting? You're rejecting the love of a demon." Which startled Song Nansure awake. She got up listlessly and went to the courtyard, where she saw Yoon Ji-fin practicing his sword. She couldn't help but take a second look. Thankfully, it's normal. What if the normal Yoon Ji-fin turned into a domineering demon? That's weird, I want to try it. Then she walked over and saw that Yoon Ji-fin had stopped, so she said, "Yoon Ji-fin, can you smile for me?" A smile? Yoon Ji-fin was completely bewildered. Song Nansure then flashed a standard crooked-mouthed Dragon King smile right in front of him. That's all. Yoon Ji-fin. He raised his hand and touched Song Nansure's forehead with a worried expression. Song Nansure was still in a daze when he heard him mutter, "He doesn't have a fever either. Why did you become so stupid?" Song Nansure. Yoon Ji-fin proved with his strength that his heart was not so fragile and that he would not easily turn to the dark side. He also proved with his own strength that not every demon lord loves the crooked-mouthed Dragon King's smile. After her repeated requests for the crooked-mouthed Dragon King's smile were rejected, Song Nansure had to admit with embarrassment that she did indeed have a stereotype of subconsciously associating the demon with the crooked-mouthed Dragon King's smile. Yoon Ji-fin is a refreshing and unpretentious devil who breaks stereotypes. He looked at Song Nansure very seriously, his tone full of worry, and said, "I really don't know how to smile like that. But you, Song Nansure, can make the corners of your mouth twist like that. Don't you really need to see a doctor? Don't worry about the money, I'll pay for it." Song Nansure. She stopped smiling crookedly and said expressionlessly, "Are you saying I'm sick?" His expression was extremely intimidating. Despite being scolded, Yoon Ji-Feng's expression softened, and even his tone became gentler. He said, "Of course not, but if you want to scold, then keep scolding. Scolding is good for your mind and body." Song Nansher. Oh no, this demon, although he doesn't like the crooked-mouthed Dragon King's smile, seems to be a masochistic pervert. Song Nansher laughed with a complicated expression. Although Yoon Ji-Feng was suspected of being a pervert, she couldn't just ignore him. Although after yesterday's analysis, she was certain that Yoon Ji-Feng had escaped the fate of being driven to darkness and demonic possession by his family because of her meddling, and that there might not even be a Yoon demon in this world, Song Nansher would not underestimate the power of the plot. Or rather, as a fortune-teller, she wouldn't underestimate the power of fate. For the sake of Yoon Ji-Feng, and to prevent the future of the cultivation world from having another greasy, crooked-mouthed Dragon King with a smirk, Song Nansher felt it was necessary to pay close attention to Yoon Ji-Feng. For example, since he and his senior brother are mortal enemies in the original novel, she must find a way to improve their relationship in reality. So, not 2 days later, Song Nansher went to see his senior brother and wanted to invite him to go to Wangshitang to take on a mission. Actually, Song Nansher hesitated a bit before making this decision. After all, Jiangji was an overpowered protagonist, and overpowered protagonists are the kind of people who can get 3 rounds of face-slapping plots just by going out. Song Nansher was afraid that once there were no other things to get involved, Jiangji's overpowered protagonist attributes would start to take effect again. However, after thinking about it, she realized that since she had already decided not to treat Yoon Ji-Feng, the villain in the original work, with stereotypes, she naturally couldn't treat Long Aotian with stereotypes either. After some self-persuasion, Song Nansher found his senior brother on the street, who was inspecting the city to see if there were any more Yeongnyeol that had mingled with the crowd. She went up to say hello. However, before they even got close, they saw the senior disciple, in his habitual observation and judgment of whether the passers-by were Yeongnyeol, annoy a male cultivator by staring at him for too long. The male cultivator stepped forward to grab Jiangji's collar, but Jiangji dodged, and the cultivator missed. Jiangji became even more furious and immediately shouted, "Are you looking down on me by staring at me like that?" Jiangji told the truth, "No." The male cultivator was even angrier, "Fine. You lied to me." Jiangji remained silent for a moment, then could only say, "Fine. Then I'll just look down on you." The male cultivator was even angrier and was about to teach Jiangji a lesson on the spot. Jiangji retaliated on the spot, easily giving him a good beating. This seemingly playful slap in the face left Song Nansher completely dumbfounded. But the others weren't dumbfounded. There was even someone nearby, playing the role of a passerby, passionately commenting, "This brother is using a greatsword. Aside from the sword saint from 1,000 years ago, there are actually cultivators in the cultivation world today who wield greatswords so well. Could this brother possibly have some connection with the sword saint?" Even a minor character in Dragon Pride is terrifying. He casually exposed the senior brother's true identity. Song Nansher was stunned, and he recalled the fear of being dominated by Long Aotian. She finally understood how Long Aotian could encounter 3 waves of face-slapping scenarios just by going out. Just now she said not to be stereotyped, but now, Long Aotian has single-handedly reinforced her stereotypes. Over there, Jiangji quickly processed today's face-slapping drama and soon noticed Song Nansher. He took the initiative to walk over and asked, "Junior sister, what's wrong?" After a moment of silence, Song Nansher finally decided that they couldn't give up halfway and said, "Senior brother, would you like to come with us to Wanshore Hall to accept a mission tomorrow? The eldest brother naturally agreed without hesitation. Song Nanshore left with a complicated expression, feeling that he had really sacrificed too much for Yoon Ji-feng. After Song Nanshore left, Jiangji scratched his head and asked in confusion, "Why did third junior sister suddenly think of me?" Old man Lu popped up, looking lazy, probably afraid you'd get moldy. Seeing that he had finally come out, Jiangji asked worriedly, "Mr. Lu, are you alright?" Old man Lu puffed out his beard and glared. "What could possibly happen to me?" Jiangji explained, "It's just that I've noticed you've been staying inside the jade pendant these past few days." Old man Lu waved his hand, sleeping. Jiangji asked in confusion, "You've slept for so many days. Why do you still seem a bit tired?" Old man Lu said listlessly, "If you have nightmares for several days in a row, you won't be energetic either." "Jiangji, nightmare?" Old Lu yawned, "It's nothing. I guess I've been seeing too many fortune tellers these past few days, and I dreamt of that fortune teller friend who killed me back then." Jiangji remained silent for a moment, then solemnly said, "I don't know if he's still alive, but if he is, I will kill him with my own hands to avenge you." Old man Lu was in a daze for a long time. Finally, he cursed and muttered, "His bones are probably all turned to dust. What bad luck I've had in my past lives to be stabbed in the back like this." Jiangji breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Jiangji had regained his energy after cursing. The next day, as usual, Yoon Ji-feng waited for Song Nanshore to go out together to receive the mission. He looked pleased and full of anticipation. Even though the cultivators in the Wanshore town have felt a sense of crisis and started to compete with each other in the past 2 days because of his infighting, and money is not so easy to earn, he still looks forward to going out with Song Nanshore. As long as he could be alone with her, even if it meant a long day of running around, he felt it was a wonderful thing. He waited expectantly to see Song Nanshore. Then I saw Song Nanshore walking out side by side with Jiangji, chatting and laughing. Yoon Ji-feng. The beautiful dream of being alone together shattered in an instant. He looked at Jiangji expressionlessly. Just then, Jiangji also looked over and said happily, "Brother Yoon." Yoon Ji-feng. He felt he couldn't be a suspicious and jealous man, couldn't make Song Nanshore feel constrained, and couldn't interfere with Song Nanshore's interactions with other people. Moreover, perhaps Jiangji just happened to be out with Song Nanshore. Then Jiangji said cheerfully, "Today I'm going to Wanshore town with you guys to do a mission. It's my first time doing this, so I'll have to rely on Brother Yoon for some guidance." Yoon Ji-feng. Last hope was shattered. He looked up at Jiangji. "You want to come with us?" Jiangji, yeah. Yoon Ji-feng remained silent. He didn't have any special feelings for Jiangji before, and only regarded him as Song Nanshore's senior brother. But now he feels that Jiangji is just so unpleasant to look at. Yoon Ji-feng, starting to hold a grudge. Song Nanshore had no idea that Yoon Ji-feng, who originally had no grudge against Jiangji, was about to become her enemy because of her actions. She felt that after helping Yoon Ji-feng and Jiangji improve their relationship, Yoon Ji-feng was one step further away from turning evil. "I'm such a little genius." So she said cheerfully, "It's no fun doing missions just the two of us all the time. Good stuff should be shared. Look how loyal our senior brother is. He came as soon as I told him." Yoon Ji-feng only heard the first sentence. Doing missions with him is pointless. He pursed his lips and began to reflect on how he had made Song Nanshore feel bored. But he felt that Song Nanshore couldn't be blamed for this either. She was just expressing her feelings. After reflecting on himself, he looked at Jiangji again. progress of turning against each other 加引 Jiangji felt a chill run down his spine from his gaze and muttered to Old Man Lu, "Why do I feel like Brother Young's gaze towards me is a little strange?" Although Old Man Lu didn't know the whole story, he saw through the young people's scheming at a glance. Seeing that Jiangji was still clueless, he didn't remind him but deliberately said, "You're mistaken. Look at his gaze, so friendly." Jiangji glanced at it twice more. Yung Jifeng looked back expressionlessly. "Jiangji?" He lied and said, "Yes, very friendly." Old Man Lu, ha 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 ha. Song Nansure was laughed at the whole way, not knowing what the old man was laughing at, but he felt like he was suffering a great torment. She really sacrificed a lot for Yung Jifeng. Jiangji felt like he had suffered greatly, being stared at expressionlessly by Yung Jifeng the whole way. Needless to say, Yung Jifeng was also involved. The three of them, each with their own thoughts, walked to the Wangshitan, feeling that the journey was exceptionally long and leaving them physically and mentally exhausted. Having finally arrived at Wangshitan, Song Nansure breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said, "Let's go, let's accept the mission." However, before the three of them could go inside, they were attracted by a commotion and couldn't help but look over. A group of people dressed in sect disciples' robes slowly walked past the entrance of the Wangshitan, heading towards the current headquarters of the Immortal Alliance. Someone nearby remarked, "So this time it's disciples from the Myriad Lost sect. They've come all this way." The three of them exchanged a glance. The news of what happened in Zhongzhou City has already spread throughout the cultivation world in the past few days. The cultivation world has been at peace for many years, so such a disaster is no small matter. After the news was spread by the Immortal Alliance, it shook the entire cultivation world. As a result, many sects and families have been arriving in Zhongzhou City over the past few days. Some came from the Immortal Alliance to help deal with the aftermath of the Central Plains City incident, while others came on their own initiative to inquire about the situation. It's very lively. After the disciples of the Myriad Lost sect had passed by, Jiangji couldn't help but ask, "Why didn't our Boundless sect come?" Song Nansure casually said, "Let's avoid suspicion." Jiangji was puzzled. The matter in Zhongzhou City has nothing to do with the Wuyang sect, so why are they avoiding suspicion? Song Nansure patiently explained, "Because we were the ones who exposed this." The matter in Zhongzhou City was no longer a secret, and others naturally had ways of knowing that it was a group of Wuyang sect disciples and a former prodigy of the Yun family who had exposed it. Although Song Nansure was surrounded by a group of main characters, these main characters were still small fry in the eyes of other big shots. Naturally, they wouldn't bother to remember their names. The only one they could probably remember was Cleansy. But they knew that this group of people were disciples of the Wuyang sect. If the disciples of the Boundless sect expose this matter and the Boundless sect arrives first, it will inevitably raise suspicions that the disciples' actions were orchestrated by the Boundless sect, leading to conspiracy theories about the sect. But they can't refuse to come, since the Boundless sect is also on the Immortal Alliance's invitation list. It's a great sect that's inviting you to help them sort out this mess. It would be deliberate not to come. They can only arrive late, preferably among the last batch. Jiangji got a headache just listening to this convoluted explanation. He could only rub his head and say, "I wonder which elder or pig master will lead the team. Will the sect leader come?" Song Nansure casually remarked, "The sect leader naturally resides in the Wuyang sect and wouldn't easily go out. He must have invited a pig master over." After the three finished speaking casually, they turned around and went into the Wangshitan to receive their mission. Then Song Nansure discovered that after a few days of intense competition, the cultivators in Wangshitan who frequently took on missions, were drawn into a strong sense of crisis by Yoon Ji-fan and began to consciously engage in in-depth competition. The current situation is that it's becoming increasingly difficult to accept assignments. The three of them searched for a long time before finding a few tasks they could do. Thinking back to the money he earned on his first day of taking on a mission, Song Nansure couldn't help but sigh. Looks like I need to find another profitable business. Seeing that she wasn't very interested, Yoon Ji-fan thought for a moment and then said, "Actually, there's a mission that no one else can take away from me." The two of them exclaimed in unison, "What?" Yoon Ji-fan pretended not to see Jiang-ji and said to Song Nansure, "Come with me." Then, they went to the home of the monk who had asked them to spar 2 days earlier. Upon seeing Yoon Ji-fan, the cultivator said solemnly, "You've arrived." Yoon Ji-fan nodded calmly, "Let's begin." Before Jiang-ji could even react to what was happening, he saw Yoon Ji-fan start beating people up. Real fighting, every punch landing hard. Jiang-ji was extremely shocked. "Isn't this the person who issued the mission?" Song Nansure nodded, "Yes. He offered a reward for someone to beat him up." Jiang-ji? He couldn't understand it, but he was deeply shocked. Moreover, seeing Yoon Ji-fan's practiced beating posture, Jiang-ji felt a chill run down his spine for no apparent reason. This thrilling and exciting trip to Wangshuotan came to an end. The next day, Jiang-ji absolutely refused to go out with Song Nansure. Song Nansure couldn't persuade him, and sighed repeatedly, attributing it to the fact that Jiang-ji and Yoon Ji-fan might be inherently incompatible, and couldn't help but marvel at the power of fate. Yoon Ji-fan was in a good mood for several days in a row. With no missions left, they helped resettle the city's disaster victims and searched the mountains for any escaped young birds. They were busy like this for more than 10 days. The cultivators from Zhongzhou City came and went, and finally the people from Wuyang sect arrived late. The person leading the team was someone no one expected. In Bugui, the peak master of Lane's peak of the Wuyang sect. Upon hearing this news, everyone immediately turned to look at Zhu Xiu. Zhu Xiu's expression remained calm. It wasn't feigned calmness, but a genuine inner peace. There was none of the complex mix of resentment and anger when he first saw his master after his rebirth, nor the unease he felt when he resolved to live a good life. It was as if she wasn't hearing from the person she'd been entangled with for half her life, but from a master with whom she had a decent relationship. She said, "Let's go. It's time to pay our respects to our master." Before anyone else could react, Song Nansure looked at her and breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't know what her master was thinking, but her second senior sister no longer cared. "That's good." She got up to go out, but before they could move, there was a knock on the door. Song Nansure instinctively said, "Please come in," and the door was immediately pushed open. Standing outside the door was In Bugui. Everyone was stunned. Zhu Xiu spoke first, "Master." The others quickly came to their senses and said, "Master." In Bugui remained silent, calming his rapid breathing as he scanned the crowd. When his gaze fell on Zhu Xiu, he paused subconsciously for a moment, then quickly looked away. He then said, "No need for formalities." He paused, then added, "I just came out of seclusion and heard about what you did in Zhongzhou City." After a moment's hesitation, he awkwardly added, "Well done." This time, all the disciples were dumbfounded. "This is their master?" When Song Nansure looked up, the person he saw still had a cold and aloof demeanor, with nothing to hide in his eyes. But she always felt that something was different about In Bugui. Zhu Xiu looked at him for a moment, then suddenly said, "You should go back first. I will report the matter of Zhongzhou City to my master." The group looked at each other in bewilderment. Song Nansher spoke first. I'll listen to senior sister. She got up and left. The others immediately followed, with Yoon Jifeng beside her, transmitting his voice. Your master is very different from when I last saw him after this seclusion. Song Nansher countered. How is it different? Yoon Jifeng thought for a moment. My mind is more stable now. He paused, then added, he looks like a living person now. Song Nansher couldn't help but drift off into thought. She couldn't tell if he was calm or not, but she felt that he was like a living person. Instead of the template-like, aloof, and cold master found in cremation scene novels. After Song Nansher and the others left, Zhu Xiu seriously reported on the affairs of Zhongzhou City. She spoke very seriously, covering every little detail. In Bugui listened very attentively. After she finished speaking and looked up, In Bugui was silent for a moment, then asked softly, Is this the vastness of the world you wanted to see? Zhu Xiu paused for a moment, then said, Yes. In Bugui then asked, Are you happy? Zhu Xiu thought about her journey and couldn't help but smile. I'm very happy. In Bugui looked at her smile and remained silent for a long time. Zhu Xiu then said, If master has nothing else to say, then I will. Zhu Xiu, he suddenly said, I'm sorry. Zhu Xiu was stunned for a moment, and for a brief instant, a bitter and sour feeling that had been buried for 2 lifetimes welled up in her heart. She had waited 2 lifetimes to say I'm sorry. She kept telling herself that in her past life it was all wishful thinking on her part. Her master gave her a life, but in the end she lost it herself. No one owed anyone anything. But now she realized that she still wanted to ask, We clearly agreed in our past life, so why didn't you come? A layer of mist appeared before her eyes, but it quickly dissipated. She suddenly realized that this was enough. That's all. She whispered, My master has never wronged me in this life. She turned and left. Behind him, 2 disciples of the Boundless sect hurried over and, upon seeing In Bugua, said, Sword Master, we've been traveling day and night, and we were just about to ask where you've been staying. How did you end up here? Zhu Xiu did not turn around. In Bugui also said, Let's go back. The 2 turned and walked in different directions. On her way back, Zhu Xiu saw Song Nansher sitting by his window, fiddling with his horoscope. She paused suddenly and asked, Junior sister, do you believe in fate? Song Nansher looked up, neither saying he believed nor disbelieved, but simply asked, Would you like me to tell your fortune? Zhu Xiu instinctively wanted to take the money. Song Nansher waved his hand and said, It's free. Then she began to cast a divination. She calculated very carefully, without being careless at all. The divination was complete, and she smiled after just 1 glance. She said, May your life be peaceful and joyful, without any major setbacks, senior sister. This was a life that Zhu Xiu had never experienced in her previous life. Zhu Xiu said softly, Then thank you, junior sister. Seeing this, Song Nansher added his own personal comment, I'll give you 1 more comment. Zhu Xiu, what? Song Nansher, late-coming affection is cheaper than grass. Senior sister did a great job. Zhu Xiu burst into laughter. Song Nansher leaned out of the window and reached out to touch his senior sister's head. She said gently, Senior sister, go back and get some sleep. At that moment, Zhu Xiu suddenly felt like crying. She said softly, Okay. Song Nansher watched his senior sister leave, then turned back to his bed, but couldn't fall asleep for a long time. At times like this, I suddenly feel a pang of longing for that infuriating old man, Master Shi. She thought for a moment, then tore off a communication talisman, intending to disturb old Master Shi's sleep. The communication was connected, but it wasn't the old master's angry voice. Instead, it was his pre-recorded automatic reply. This old man is returning to his hometown to perform ancestral rites. Please do not disturb him in any way. Song Nansure was stunned for a moment, then suddenly remembered that, according to the time, it should be the time when Master Shi usually held his annual sacrificial ceremony. Master Shi lost 13 disciples, but instead of burying them at Wuyang sect, he buried them back in his hometown, and he personally offered sacrifices to them every year at this time. Song Nansure felt inexplicably melancholy. But at that moment, his communication talisman rang instead. Song Nansure initially thought it was spam, but she was stunned when she saw the text message. She remembered the messenger vividly. It was the Hahuan sect sister who had struggled in front of her when she was setting up a stall in Xianyuan town, debating whether to choose her senior brother, who offered 7 times a night, or her junior brother, who offered 1 night at a time. She said that her 2 senior and junior brothers had gone missing while fighting because of jealousy, and she wanted to hire Song Nansure to divine their whereabouts. Price. Song Nansure lowered his gaze. 50,000. Song Nansure, on his deathbed, suddenly sat up, opened the door, and roared in Yun Jifeng's direction. Yun Jifeng, you're amazing. You're my god. This good fortune and the blessing of a wife are truly not unfounded. A flock of gulls and egrets were startled into flight. Lights came on in all 4 rooms. The second senior sister was the first to open her eyes, and instantly she was no longer sleepy, full of energy. Who can possibly rest now? 15 minutes later, in Song Nanshure's room. So you actually just received a commission from an old acquaintance, and got so excited that you yelled like that? Second senior sister asked in disappointment. Song Nansure was completely confused. Huh? Otherwise, do you think I would get this excited about anything else? She spoke with absolute certainty. The second senior sister and she looked at each other, one with a puzzled expression and the other with disappointment. She thought it was, It wasn't that thing. Zhu Xiu's expression immediately turned dull, and she couldn't help but look at Yun Jifeng, who had seemed calm and collected just moments before but was the fastest to rush out of the room. The others also instinctively looked over. Yun Jifeng. He remained expressionless. Why are you all looking at me? Everyone looked away, some coughing, others looking up at the sky. Song Nansure narrowed his eyes, sensing something was amiss. They came so eagerly that Song Nansure thought they were just as greedy for spirit stones as she was. It seems not. She suddenly asked, or what did you think it was? The junior sister, being the least cunning, instinctively replied, we thought you, senior sister. Cough, 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 cough. The second senior sister coughed violently, startling the junior sister so much that she stopped speaking and instinctively tightened her grip on the rabbit in her arms. Song Nanshure's gaze swept over the demon prince, who was rolling his eyes, and landed on his second senior sister, his expressionless, senior sister, are you cold? Second senior sister, oh right, she probably caught it from Yi Qinshou. Yi Qinshou, a professional cough sufferer? The second senior sister coughed again and asked the question that everyone was wondering. I'm just wondering, why did junior sister call out Yun Jifeng's name when she was happy to receive the mission? Song Nansure. Could she say that her sudden good fortune was due to Yun Jifeng's destiny at work? She could only smile and say, I just wanted to find someone to share my joy with. Second senior sister. When she wanted to share her joy, He was the first person she thought of. She loves him so much. They are real. The second senior sister smiled and said gently, "Then I'm fine, junior sister. As long as you're happy." Song Nansher. Why does she feel like something's even more complicated now? Song Nansher subconsciously looked at Yoon Ji-feng. Yoon Ji-feng's expression had softened somewhat at some point. Seeing her looking over, he asked the most crucial question on Song Nansher's mind. "How much is the commission?" He hit the nail on the head. Upon hearing this, Song Nansher immediately realized that Yoon Ji-feng was indeed the most astute. That's the real focus. What strange things are you all focusing on? Song Nansher's expression relaxed, and he raised one hand to make a 5. Yoon Ji-feng's expression remained unchanged, 5,000. Song Nansher smiled and said, 50,000. Yoon Ji-feng. He couldn't help but become more serious, and exchanged a glance with Song Nansher. Jiang-ji, standing nearby, suddenly realized and said, "Oh, so third junior sister is considering whether or not to go. Has junior sister made up her mind?" Song Nansher and Yoon Ji-feng said in unison, without the slightest hesitation, "Go. We must go. Is there even a need to consider this?" Jiang-ji. These two look so neat and tidy. Even a straight man like him couldn't help but feel that something was off between his junior sister and Yoon Ji-feng. That's such perfect teamwork. He felt uneasy and subconsciously asked, "But didn't you say your friend was from the Joyful Union sect?" "This Joyful Union sect?" He hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped. Song Nansher's eyes widened. What happened to the Hwan sect? Jiang-ji now cowers whenever he sees his third junior sister glaring at him. He speaks weakly and without much conviction, saying, "I've heard that cultivators of the Hwan sect will capture cultivators' defense and use methods like yin-yang replenishment or yang-yang replenishment." Upon hearing this, Song Nansher knew that heard from others probably meant what Old Man Lu had said. However, Old Man Lu died 1,000 years ago, while the Hwan sect was only founded more than 600 years ago. He didn't even have the Hwan sect when he was alive, so how could he possibly know anything about it? It was probably just something that Old Man Lu said to scare people, but his senior brother took it seriously. She glanced at the jade pendant on her senior brother's waist and said meaningfully, "The Hwan sect was founded more than 600 years ago. They practiced the orthodox Hwan dual cultivation path, which uses love to enter the Dao and dual cultivation to prove the Dao. It is a mutually beneficial and complementary cultivation method. They don't do things like absorbing yang to replenish yin. That's something only evil cultivators do. The Hwan sect is officially certified by the Immortal Alliance. Don't make any stereotypes." During the Southern Song dynasty, he was upright and stern in his words. Jiang-ji suddenly realized and subconsciously glanced at his jade pendant. Song Nansher said earnestly, "You can't listen to people who talk big all the time." Jiang-ji smiled awkwardly. After listening to them finish speaking, Yoon Ji-feng added from the side, "However, there are indeed some cultivators in the cultivation world who do not think that the cultivation method of the Hwan sect, which focuses on dual cultivation, is the orthodox path. They call it a heretical path and avoid it like the plague. However, the cultivation world is so big that it is not surprising that there are some stubborn cultivators. Brother Jiang, just don't follow the crowd." The Old Man Lu, who had been transformed into a stubborn old man in the jade pendant in the blink of an eye. It's one thing for Song Nansher to know who he is and criticize him, but Yoon Ji-feng doesn't even know he exists, yet he still manages to criticize him so accurately. When will this ever end? You two are so annoying. Old Man Lu was speechless after being rebuked. On the other side, Yi Qingshou had somehow taken out a map from his storage ring. After looking at it for a while, he said, "The Hawan sect is in Hai Town, Qingshou. It's not far from here." Qingshou Hai? Song Nanshu was taken aback. Seeing this, Yung Jifeng couldn't help but whisper, "What's wrong? Is something amiss?" Song Nanshu hesitated and shook his head. "There's nothing wrong with it, it's just that." She paused for a moment and said, "Old Master Shi's hometown is in Hai, Qingshou. What a coincidence. Moreover, if Master Shi were to return to his hometown to perform ancestral rites, he should be in Hai, Qingzhou at present. If she goes, she can also meet with Master Shi. Killing two birds with one stone." So, without much discussion, they immediately decided that they should set off the next day. Having made the decision, everyone yawned and wanted to go back for a nap. Yung Jifeng had no reason to stay, so he could only turn around and follow. Then he realized that Song Nanshu seemed to be staring at him. Yung Jifeng held back for a long time, but finally couldn't help himself. He turned around subconsciously, his voice filled with a mixture of anticipation and joy, and said, "You." Then Song Nanshu spoke up, "Junior sister." Yu Jiujiu, who was next to him and was holding a rabbit, turned her head and asked, "Huh? Yung Jifeng?" He was just being delusional. The corruption value increases by 1. Yung Jifeng silently turned around and left, his aura turning dark. Song Nanshu didn't see it at all. She was only looking at her junior sister, the rabbit in her arms. She hesitated for a long time, but finally decided that saving a life was more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda, and said tactfully, "Junior sister, you don't have to hold the rabbit so tightly." Yu Jiujiu looked down. The rabbit had its head drooping, as if it were asleep. Yu Jiujiu subconsciously patted the rabbit's head. Song Nanshu heard a clear bang-bang sound. "That's a good start." Yu Jiujiu said shyly, "I didn't notice. I'm always a little insecure and like to hug things tightly in my arms." Song Nanshu. Shouldn't it be the demon prince who feels insecure? I could lose my life at any moment. How insecure is that? However, Yu Jiujiu added, "But Rabbit also likes me to hold him like this. I know I'm strong, and sometimes when I let Rabbit sit on my shoulders, he doesn't like it." Song Nanshu. She sensed something was off. "You, an old, immortal demon prince, enjoy being held in the arms of her delicate junior sister." Song Nanshu's expression immediately turned expressionless, and when he looked at the rabbit again, the slight sympathy he had felt for it had changed. She felt that it wouldn't be a loss to strangle this demon prince. Song Nanshu immediately laughed and said, "What are you saying, junior sister? I don't think you're strong. This is normal. Keep up the good work. Tighten it harder." Yu Jiujiu's eyes immediately lit up, and she asked eagerly, "Senior sister, I feel like I'm getting stronger these days. Do you really think I'm normal?" Song Nanshu sensed something was amiss, but seeing his junior sister's eager gaze, he forced himself to say, "Of course." "Senior sister." The junior sister stretched out her hand, hoping, "Can I try?" Song Nanshu. "Grass." The junior sister stammered, "Senior sister." Song Nanshu closed his eyes briefly and extended his hand expressionlessly. The junior sister gently grasped his soft little hand, applying slight pressure. Click! At this moment, Song Nanshu felt what the demon prince was going through every day. She had only one thought. This demon prince truly loves his junior sister. It's just that she's being unreasonable and trying to break them up. He's on the verge of death several times a day, yet he still longs for his junior sister's embrace. What an exquisite love story. Second senior sister. This is the CP you should be shipping. You two are locked in. A moment later, Song Nansure waved his limp hand as he saw his junior sister off. Then I started to adjust my bones. With 2 snaps, the bones were put back in place. Only then did she remember what Yoon Ji-feng was trying to say when he left. Never mind, I'll ask again tomorrow. I'm too sleepy today. Song Nansure forced himself to lie in bed, but still remembered his duty, and did not forget to reply to the sister from the Hwang sect before going to sleep. However, considering the misunderstandings others had about the Hwang sect, she asked one more question. Fairy, does your Hwang sect have any special customs or habits? We'd like to make preparations in advance. The Hwang sect sisters understood perfectly what she wanted to ask, so they immediately assured her through the communication talisman, don't worry, our Hwang sect is a legitimate sect. We honestly practice dual cultivation and do not engage in anything like forcibly taking women or men from the common people, nor do we casually drag people into dual cultivation. Song Nansure breathed a sigh of relief. The next day, everyone discussed their plans for departure. Jiangji hesitated for a moment and asked, should we tell our master? Zhu Xiu thought about it seriously for a moment and said, no need. Jiangji, so, shall we just go like this? Zhu Xiu nodded, let's go like this. At this moment, the Yi brothers also came out. Song Nansure glanced at them and said, why are you all so late today? It was just a casual complaint, but Yi Qinzhou sighed and said, naturally, we'll prepare some gifts to see you off. Suddenly, all the talking in the courtyard fell silent. Song Nansure opened his mouth, seeing someone off. Yi Qinzhou nodded, yes. Song Nansure looked bewildered. Aren't you coming with us? Yi Qinzhou couldn't help but laugh. He said in a very calm tone, my health is not suitable for long-distance travel. Looking at his pale and emaciated body, everyone realized that although he seemed to be deliberately faking it every time he vomited blood, he was indeed a patient suffering from both qi and blood deficiency and plagued by a curse. But when he didn't say anything, they didn't even realize it. I always felt that, apart from the fact that he seemed to be faking an accident when he coughed up blood, he was no different from a normal person. At this moment, he laughed and said, to be honest, I have rarely left Zhongliu City since I was born, and I have rarely met so many like-minded people. I am quite happy that Li Hou was able to bring you here. The expressions of the crowd changed slightly, and even Yoon Ji-feng became much more serious. He coughed twice and continued, Li Jiu is the same. It's no wonder he's been running around every day. But this time, I'm afraid he can't be with you either. He's worried about my curse and wants to stay home to take care of me. Yi Lishou, who was standing to the side, nodded. Song Nansure felt uncomfortable after hearing what he said, so she opened her mouth and said, it's not like we're going to be separated by life and death. We're just taking on a mission. We'll come back to see you after we finish the mission. Yi Qinzhou nodded, yes, that's why I also prepared a farewell gift for you. As he spoke, he extended his hand to Yi Lishou, who then handed him a thick book. Should I send them books? Song Nansure couldn't help but feel a little expectant. Then Yi Qinzhou flipped through the book with a speed completely out of character for his frail and sickly appearance, turning the pages incredibly fast. Song Nansure began to feel that something was wrong. Meanwhile, Yi Qinzhou found what he wanted and began to read it aloud. 5 people from Song Nansure stayed here for 2 months and 3 days. Since you are our friends, we will waive your lodging, but you will be responsible for your daily food and any damage to your belongings. Song Nansure was stunned. He looked down at the cover of his book and saw 2 large characters. Ledger. Everything went black before her eyes. At this moment, Yi Qingzhou had already calculated. In addition, there is the cell that Yoon Jifeng is renting. It will cost you 3 spirit stones a day, and it will take more than half a month in total. Considering all this, please give me 100 spirit stones. Yi Qingzhou slammed the ledger shut. A deathly silence followed. Yi Qingzhou smiled and said, 100 is the fair price. Song Nansure raised his eyes from silence, and said with a heavy heart, this is the farewell gift you give us. Yi Qingzhou, yes, yes. Song Nansure. She shouted angrily, Yoon Jifeng, give him the money. Yoon Jifeng subconsciously took out 100 spirit stones. Song Nansure then said, give him 50. Yi Qingzhou, all this. Song Nansure took the 50 spirit stones and tossed them into his pocket, saying with equal conviction, we are doing this for your own good. I want you to remember our deep friendship whenever you think about the 50 spirit stones we owe you. After saying that, she saw that the 2 Yi brothers were about to grab the spirit stones, so she immediately shouted, are you stupid? Run! Whoever runs the slowest will have to pay the 50 spirit stones. The crowd scattered like birds and beasts. Song Nansure laughed loudly as he rolled the destiny plate into the air, raising his voice, Yi Qingzhou, this is our gift to you. In fact, everyone present, even the poorest Song Nansure, didn't lack those 100 spirit stones. But they seemed to have gotten a great deal, cheering as they walked away. On the ground, Yi Lizhou sighed in frustration, these people. Yi Qingzhou burst into laughter. Yi Lizhou couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. On the other side, Yin Bugui also looked up. He looked for a long time, and when he saw that they were no longer in the sky, he turned around. Qiongzhou High Town is indeed not far from Zongyou City. After leaving Zongyou City, Song Nan and his group did not stop flying. They flew for only about half a day before they saw the shadow of High Town. The group immediately stopped outside High Town. At this moment, they looked up at the 3 characters Shanghai Town on the city gate, and their hearts were filled with curiosity about the Hehuan sect. They couldn't help but observe the people coming and going. Most of those entering and leaving the city gates were still ordinary people, with only a few cultivators. But whether they were ordinary people or cultivators, Song Nansure and the others noticed a common feature. On average, they were all more attractive than outsiders, and even those who weren't particularly good-looking would take care to dress up. Especially the cultivators, Song Nansure didn't see a single unattractive cultivator among them. Jiangji murmured, does the Joyful Union sect even have entry standards for appearance? Song Nansure, it's a professional requirement. Just like you sword cultivators, you can't learn swordsmanship without aptitude. Naturally, good-looking people are favored in the Hehuan sect. Don't have stereotypes. They're just better looking than cultivators outside. They would never forcibly abduct men or women to force people into dual cultivation. Tell me, do you want to cultivate with me? A sharp shout interrupted Song Nanshure's words. Everyone turned their heads and saw a petite woman grabbing a male cultivator, who looked like he was about to cry by the collar, asking him fiercely. The male cultivator, utterly exhausted, exclaimed, Junior sister, we both have extremely in constitutions. Dual cultivation has no future. Why don't you look at that group over there? Look how strong her young energy is. Damn, she's an extremely young constitution. The junior sister looked over in a flash. Others looked over too. Under everyone's gaze, the male student was pointing at Song Nansure. Song Nansure. The younger female cultivator immediately released her senior brother, looked at Song Nansure, and asked in a soft, coquettish voice, "Sister, do you practice dual cultivation?" Yoon Ji-fan suddenly stepped in front of Song Nansure. "No," he said coldly. The female cultivator glanced at it first, then said disdainfully, "I didn't ask you." Then she looked at Song Nansure and said, "Sister, let's cultivate together." Song Nansure: "Don't be stereotypical. I never randomly pull people into dual cultivation." She felt that she had made this decision too early. "Sister, let's cultivate together." The young girl looked at Song Nansure with a sweet, gentle gaze, her eyes like spring water, full of affection. For a moment, Song Nansure was captivated by her beauty, and his expression was momentarily dazed. But she quickly regained her senses, and her clear eyes met the little girl's dark pupils, and she suddenly realized something. Could this little girl be? Before she could say anything, the male cultivator, who was traveling with the girl, suddenly pulled her aside and whispered a reprimand. "Master said you're not allowed to use seductive arts on strangers. Have you forgotten what Master said?" Seduction. Everyone immediately realized what the female cultivator from the Hwan sect had done to Song Nansure in that short time. They were all on high alert and immediately surrounded Song Nansure. Yoon Ji-fan even blocked her completely. Even so, he was still not at ease, frequently turning back to look at Song Nansure with a serious expression and furrowed brows, as if afraid that if he looked away for even a moment, Song Nansure would be so infatuated with someone that he would lose his bearings. Song Nansure. For a moment, she felt like Tan Sansan, who was being targeted by a female demon, while everyone else was a disciple who was afraid that their master would be captured by the demon. Yoon Ji-fan is that Monkey King. Monkey King then held up 2 fingers to confirm. Song Nansure, how many is this? Song Nansure, this is number 8. Yoon Ji-fan, do you have that serious illness? Monkey King breathed a sigh of relief and said to the others, who were also watching nervously, "He can still get angry, so he's conscious." The others breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Still angry? Then don't worry. If Song Nansure suddenly becomes gentle and considerate one day, then they should be worried. Song Nansure. Meanwhile, on the other side, the female demon, the female cultivator from the Hwan sect, was still arguing with her senior brother. She argued forcefully, "How can this be called using seductive arts on strangers? If we pull off this deal today, this sister will be my future Daoist partner." Song Nansure thought this was too outrageous, but her senior brother still asked with skepticism, "Are you seriously looking for a Daoist partner?" "Fairy, yes." Then the 2 of them stared at Song Nansure. Song Nansure. She had always felt that the cultivation world was too conservative in some aspects, but at this moment she felt that it was better to be conservative. Seeing how cunning they were, Yoon Ji-fan immediately said coldly, "Fellow Daoists, please have some self-respect." The demoness ignored him completely, only looking at Song Nansure, and said softly with a smile, "Sister, what do you think of me? Should we first bow to heaven and earth, and then form a pact of unity?" Yoon Ji-fan sneered, "Impossible." The fairy argued firmly, "It's not up to you." The 2 stared at each other coldly, and finally both looked at Song Nansure. Yoon Ji-fan, Song Nansure, you speak. The fairy, "How could you be so mean to my sister? Don't be afraid of him, sister." Song Nansure. This is truly the treatment Tan Sansan received. She glanced at the little girl, took a deep breath, and was about to speak. Then I almost called out female benefactor. She changed the subject, and then said seriously, "Miss, we are not suitable for each other." The little girl pressed on, "What's wrong with it?" I can change it. Song Nansure delivered a fatal blow. The gender is unsuitable. The little girl. She turned her head dejectedly and asked her senior brother, "Does our sect have a transformation pill?" The senior student's temple twitched visibly. Then he grabbed his junior sister and apologized to Song Nansure and the others, saying, "I'm sorry, my junior sister is still young and spoke without thinking. Please don't mind her." The junior sister jumped up and down behind him, shouting, "I'm serious." The senior brother ignored him and said, "We won't bother you any longer. I'll take my junior sister with me first." Then he picked up his junior sister and left. The little girl struggled against him, jumping up and down, and still managed to turn her head and shout, "Sister, my name is Jiang Heng. I will definitely find a way to overcome the difficulties. You must remember me." The sound faded into the distance until it was no longer visible. Everyone looked at each other, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yoon Ji-fan felt that his back was almost soaked. For the first time, he realized that the terrifying aspects of the Hwan sect that Jiang Ji had described were not without reason. Thank goodness, thank goodness, thank goodness that female cultivator is gone. He breathed a sigh of relief and turned to warn Song Nansure to be careful of the female cultivator in the future, when he heard Song Nansure say quietly, "This little girl." A sense of foreboding suddenly rose in Yoon Ji-fan's heart. Song Nansure sighed softly, "They're quite cute." Yoon Ji-fan. "I had a premonition," Song Nansure casually remarked and then ignored it. Seeing that the farce was over, he took out the map from his storage ring and began to study it, completely unaware that Yoon Ji-fan was still stiff with shock. She quickly got to the point, staring at the map and saying, "According to the address our client gave us, it should be in the very center of town, but we still have to walk a bit." Then he waved his hand and said, "Let's go, let's go." Everyone snapped out of their daze and followed. Only Yoon Ji-fan remained still for the time being. As he watched Song Nansure's retreating figure, he suddenly realized something. From now on, he would have to guard against not only men, but also women. After entering the town, Song Nansure adjusted his mindset and realized that what had just happened was just an accident. Then she realized that she had drawn that conclusion too early. There's a reason why stereotypes are stereotypes. They walked out of a street, a mere few hundred meters, and encountered 3 different groups of people, both men and women, asking them if they wanted to engage in dual cultivation. There was even a person throwing an embroidered ball by the roadside. When Song Nansure and his group passed by, the ball hit Jiang Ji squarely. Jiang Ji was so startled that he thought it was some kind of hidden weapon. He lifted his foot and pulled the ball back, saying warily, "Someone is attacking us." When Song Nansure looked up, the girl upstairs who was throwing the embroidered ball had a changed expression. Fearing that her senior brother would be beaten up, she grabbed him and ran away to a small alley. Sure enough, someone behind them yelled that they should grab them. The group fled for several streets before shaking off their pursuers, finally stopping in a dark alley, still shaken. Then we looked at each other, staring at each other in bewilderment. Finally, Jiang Ji said with mixed feelings, "This Hwan sect is really too terrifying." Song Nansure remained silent. At first, she only thought that the people of the Hwan sect were fierce, but now she also felt that something was wrong. They are not spirit stones, so how come they suddenly became so popular here? If they keep walking like this, they might not even reach their employer's family before they perish. So she said directly, "I'll send a communication token to my employer so she can come pick us up." Everyone agreed. Song Nansure sent a communication talisman, and the other party answered quickly. Song Nansure quickly explained their current situation. The other person, who had been listless, was startled upon hearing this. You didn't come alone. Song Nansure, no, that's not it. The Hwan sect elder sister said, TSK, don't move, and whatever you do, don't run around again. After saying that, he tore up the communication talisman. Everyone looked at each other, completely bewildered. Oh! Is there a problem that she didn't come alone? Everyone waited, their heads full of questions. The Hwan sect lady arrived very quickly. After finding them, she first breathed a sigh of relief, thank goodness. But upon seeing everyone, he was startled and couldn't help but exclaim, how dare you all come here at this hour? Song Nansure quickly seized on the key point. Our group? What's wrong with us? The young lady from the Hwan sect was leading them towards a secluded place when she heard this. She turned to look at them and suddenly smiled charmingly. You really don't know. Song Nansure, do we need to know anything? All I know is that the monks here seem very welcoming to us. The young lady from the Hwan sect chuckled and said with great pleasure, of course they're enthusiastic. You people are all strong, still have your primordial young energy, and are in good physical condition. You are excellent partners for dual cultivation. A group of single people. The vital essence is still present. The young lady smiled and explained on behalf of her fellow disciples. At other times, they might be envious of you, but they wouldn't go to such lengths. However, you just happened to be caught in the annual sect assessment of the Hwan sect. This assessment evaluates all disciples' current cultivation and strength to determine their treatment in the sect next year. Some disciples who haven't worked hard all year are now trying to cram at the last minute. She laughed and said, perfect. You are a group of people with great strength, and more importantly, you still have your primordial young. If you walk around on the street like this, it's like you're being delivered to our door. Everyone. It turns out they were the last-minute test takers. Okay. However, Yoon Jifeng was very perceptive and seized the key point, saying, you initially meant that only Song Nansure should come, and that it would be fine if she came alone. Isn't she the same as us? The young lady from the Hwan sect glanced at him and said, of course, it's no problem for her. She smiled and said, I was quite surprised when I first met this fortune teller, Miss Song. She has an extremely young constitution, but in this world, most men are young and women are in. Extremely young constitutions are not common even among men, let alone women. Dual cultivation is about complementarity. Dual cultivation between a man and a woman with an extremely young constitution is more harmful than beneficial. So, she announced cheerfully, no one will be interested in the fortune teller, Song, so don't worry. Song Nansure. She calmly said, when we entered the city just now, a young girl asked me to be her Taoist partner. The Hwan sect lady's expression changed drastically. Is that girl named Jiang Hong? Song Nansure, you know? The young lady from the Hwan sect looked at her, and for some reason, her expression showed sympathy. She said, she is quite famous in our Hwan sect. She has an extremely young constitution, so she has never been able to find a Taoist partner. Song Nansure wondered, shouldn't a woman with an extremely young constitution have a very good constitution? The young woman nodded, yes, but it's just too good. So good that no matter who she cultivates with, the other person can only be a furnace. As a result, she still can't find a Taoist partner willing to cultivate with her. Perhaps only those with an extremely young physique can avoid being used as a furnace by her. Song Nansure. She suddenly felt that something was wrong. She asked cautiously, then what about you and Miss Jiang Hing? The young woman smiled and said, "My name is Jiang Yuan, and I'm her senior sister." For a moment, Song Nansure wanted to turn around and leave. Jiang Yuan also advised her, "Actually, if Miss Song doesn't mind, you can give it a try. Our Heguan sect does have methods of dual cultivation between women. If Miss Song doesn't accept women, I have a junior brother who is also extremely in body." Yoon Jifeng grabbed Song Nansure and tried to leave. Jiang Yuan quickly replied, "Just kidding, just kidding, business is more important." Yoon Jifeng's face darkened. "Fellow Taoist Jiang, jokes are not to be made lightly." Jiang Yuan glanced at Yoon Jifeng and then at Song Nansure, seemingly lost in thought. With the 50,000 spirit stones to keep him going, Song Nansure ultimately didn't say he was leaving. After Jiang Yuan realized what was going on, she stopped joking and led them into her residence in Haitown. She then got straight to the point and explained why she had invited them. She said directly, "My senior brother and junior brother are missing." Song Nansure didn't immediately start divining, but instead said, "Tell me in detail." Jiang Yuan remained relatively calm and said, "Among the 5 of us, besides the 2 junior sisters and junior brothers with extremely in bodies that I told you about, there is also a senior brother and a junior brother. They both admire me. Before this, I was very troubled and conflicted between them. Oh, by the way, I should have had my fortune told by you when I went to Xianyuan Town." Song Nansure: "Yes, these sisters are torn between choosing between their senior brother, who wants to have sex 7 times a night, and their junior brother, who wants to have sex once a night." Jiang Yuan: "Thanks to the fortune teller song, I have finally found a solution." Jiang Ji, quick to speak, instinctively asked, "What solution?" Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "I want both." Jiang Ji. He silently shut his mouth. Jiang Yuan was very distressed, but men are possessive creatures. I found a solution, but they were not happy and insisted that I make a choice. They even fought several times. 3 days ago, they also arranged to fight. I thought it would be the same as before. At most they would fight to the death and be bedridden for a few days, so I ignored them. Who knew that they would never come back after that?" Song Nansure didn't know how to respond to these words, so he could only ask about the important matter. "Does your master know about this?" Jiang Yuan shook his head. "Master has been in seclusion for 2 years. The remaining 2 junior brothers and sisters are too young, so I kept it from them for the time being and only told the sect elders. However, the elders have been busy with the succession of the young sect leader these days. They haven't been missing for too long, so they have no time to worry about anything else." Song Nansure asked in confusion, "Young sect master? What is this called?" Jiang Yuan sighed. "He is the sect leader's son. He was originally the young sect leader, but the sect leader perished under the tribulation of lightning more than a year ago. The young sect leader's cultivation was not enough to convince the masses. It took a year of debate before the young sect leader was finally prepared to succeed to the throne after the former sect leader's wife argued on the grounds." She paused, then added, "Speaking of which, before my eldest senior brother and junior brother disappeared, they were at the sect leader's mansion with other fellow disciples, helping the late sect leader's wife prepare for the succession ceremony of the young sect leader." Song Nansure's heart stirred. She looked up and asked, "So, what are you planning to ask me to be?" Jiang Yuan asked directly, "Calculate where they are." She was quite familiar with the rules of fortune-telling, and directly took out a few strands of their hair. Song Nansure picked up a stick and tentatively did some calculations. The horoscope turns, and the hexagram is cast. Song Nansure closed his eyes slightly, but all he saw was emptiness. She twitched her brow slightly and made a few more gestures. but this time, she was thrown out. Song Nansure opened his eyes, looked at the hair in his hand, and seemed to be deep in thought. Can't figure it out. Is it that her skills are insufficient, or is it that the place they are in is beyond her calculation? Jiang Yuan asked in a low voice, the diviner. How did it go? Song Nansure thought for a moment and asked, Is there anything else? Like their blood or objects that have been with them for more than 10 years? Jiang Yuan thought for a moment and shook his head. Song Nansure bluntly stated, Then I cannot calculate their location right now. Jiang Yuan remained silent for a moment, then calmly asked, Can you calculate whether they are alive or dead? Song Nansure cast the divination again. This time she opened her eyes quickly and said calmly,